Recording in progress. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to meet you today. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Bali. Maybe some of you have already come to Bali times, but I will invite you more and more to come to Bali. I hope you enjoy your time in Bali, and the hospitality of the conference will be fruitful meeting for us to share ideas and insight. I am Eka Martiningsih from Universitas Mahasaraswati Denpasar. I am a colleague of Ibu Ani UST, and also Ibu Dr. Carmen from Bacolod. I am a moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the International Conference of Management and Social Science with the theme Exploring Insight of Recent Development in Management and Social Sciences. I would like to express my warm welcome to all of you, the speakers, participants of this conference, and hopefully the meeting will go well. For the first opportunity, I will invite Mr. Ankit Rath, Global Business Head of CRF India, for opening remark. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone. Warm welcome to Bali. This is fortunately my first time in Bali. I love this place. Okay, so on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my utmost pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the second International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. We gathered here today from different corners of the world, united by our passion for knowledge, innovation, and the pursuit of excellence. The conference will serve as a platform for intellectual discourse, where brilliant minds converge to exchange ideas, challenge prevailing paradigms, and shape the future of management and social sciences. With a diverse array of esteemed speakers, thought-provoking sessions, this conference promises to be an enriching experience that will leave an indelible mark on your professional journey. Throughout the course of this conference, you will have the chance to delve into the wide range of topics, from cutting-edge research in the fields of management and social sciences to emerging trends and innovative approaches that shape the way we understand and navigate our complex world. It's my hope that you take full advantage of this unique platform to learn, grow, contribute to the collective knowledge of our esteemed academic community. So I would not waste any more time further by speaking about this. So let's say the conference starts with the next speech, welcome remarks from Dr. Wilson Cordova. I would like to invite him. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests. Good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. This is a convergence of brilliant minds and visionary thinkers. We are here today by our shared dedication to exploration of the dynamic interests of management and social sciences. The world we live in today is always changing and evolving. characterized by perpetual change and innovation. As we approach the dawn of the new era, it is becoming more critical that we delve further into the insights of recent breakthroughs in this discipline. The theme today, exploring insight of recent development in management and social sciences, symbolizes our collective dedication to unravel complexities that exist in management and social sciences and in our society. Together, we aim to dissect the latest methodologies emerging towards and transformative practices that are reshaping the way we perceive and navigate the complex of challenges of the modern world. As we embark on this journey, let us embrace the spirit of open-mindedness, intellectual curiosity, and a shared passion of knowledge. May this conference serve as a catalyst for profound insight, inspiring breakthroughs, and lasting connections that transcends border and boundaries, fostering a sense of unity and purpose within our global community. Thank you very much, and may our shared exploration yield fruitful and transformative outcomes for the betterment of the world. Welcome to International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Ankitrat and Dr. Wilson Cordova for opening remark and welcome remark for today's conference. Next opportunity, maybe I will allow me to read the experience of our first keynote speaker, Dr. Carmen C. Mendez. She is a head of research office program, Master in Business Administration, La Consolacion College, Bacolod, Philippines. Allow me to read your experience, Dr. Carmen. For 20 years in Research and Accreditation Office, RAO of LCC Bacolod, Dr. Mendez has modeled the practice of scholarly inquiry through the field of research. Since April 2004, Dr. Mendez was also able to altruistically provide technical and consultative assistance to LCB faculty and administrator and more than 100 research exercises. Her attendance also many presentation paper, international conference in various parts of the country, such as Thailand, Taiwan, Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Brunei, Vietnam, Taiwan, and others. Recently, she has been accepted as associate member of National Research Council of the Philippines. Dr. Carmen Mendez also leadership and directorial competence as a research teacher leader, encourage teacher and administrator to hone their research and investigative skill, but it has also most of all institute an emerging research culture for LCC Bacolod. Okay, time is yours, Ibu Dr. Carmen.
Rahajing Siming. Salamat pagi. Shubh Prabhat. Magandang umaga. I am Carmen Menes from La Consolacion College, Bacolod, and our college sits right beside the San Sebastian Cathedral, and I'd like to inform everyone that one of the most well-visited attractions in our city is the ongoing Mascara Festival, which we celebrate every October to commemorate the city's charter anniversary, the highlight of which usually ends in the Bacolod City Public Plaza. And for those who would like to visit, it will still end this weekend until October 22. Before I start, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, the organizers of ICMSS, the Core Research Foundation in India, and Universitas Mahasaraswati Denpasar, with my very good friends here, Dr. Eka Martiningsi and Dr. Anik Kiwesti, for the opportunity to be part of this prestigious academy undertaking in pursuit of knowledge. I am happy to share with you an excerpts from our ongoing study on social entrepreneurship in Southeast Asia, especially in the BIMP or Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Originally, the scope of our study is just BIMP or BIMP-IAGA, or the East Asia growth. However, since the social enterprises are geographically spread throughout these 4 countries, our team decided to remove IAGA. Social enterprises, what's happening? Okay. Social enterprises are thriving in almost all parts of the world. And of course, it works in many different sectors. A number of reports and literature so far claim that social entrepreneurship has grown significantly across Southeast Asia in the last decade. Several factors, of course, has contributed to this. However, if we try to take a look at it, what really is social entrepreneurship? So Hug in 2007 state that social entrepreneurship is a process of simultaneously pursuing economic, social, and environmental goals by enterprising ventures, which we call social enterprises. Similarly, a study conducted by Short, Moss, and Lumpkin in 2009 described social entrepreneurship as an approach of extending value creation of business to social mission by the not-for-profit, for-profit, public sector, and combinations of all 3. A process that involves deploying innovative solutions to redressing social issues while relying on earned income strategies for sustainability and long-term creation and greater social impact is the description of social entrepreneurship from Mulliman and Hodon in 2016. With all this said, Southeast Asia is no exemption. Investment continues to blossom, and individuals and organizations that support the space are finding new and diverse ways to help the growing number of social entrepreneurs. Social entrepreneurship actually represents a new and important and growing sector civil society. Now, if we try to ask ourselves, why social entrepreneurship? Self-assessed social entrepreneurs and some of our conversation partners mentioned that they are motivated to address and fulfill social needs, community involvement, develop social fabric, improve quality of life, provide services to marginalized sector or people, youth involvement, and of course, financial motives. More and more organizations are taking a market-based approach to find sustainable solutions and have a positive social impact, considering social entrepreneurship as an opportunity to ensure that more people can benefit from the sustained economic growth. Moreover, social entrepreneurship can also be considered as a business for social purpose, hero-led change, and community development and action. Social entrepreneurship is an emerging phenomenon that provides innovative solutions to persisting social problems such as poverty, lack of access to education, clean drinking water, and human rights, which were previously and inadvertently overlooked by businesses, governments, and non-governmental organizations. Social enterprises also engage in social entrepreneurship, and they try to persuade others to achieve sustainability by using various business models. And on the part of And let me just proceed. On the part of entrepreneurship as an emerging phenomenon that provides innovative solutions to persisting problems, there are some social entrepreneurs who try to achieve sustainability by using various business goals. And it is important for us to understand to understand the antecedents of intentions of these entrepreneurs that influence their mission. Some of our interviewees mentioned, and this is also affirmed by another study which was previously conducted, that antecedents of intentions would include empathy from these entrepreneurs and also moral judgment, self-efficacy, and perceived social support. It is these four factors that influence their intentions. 3 interviewees from Visayas and Mindanao responded to this, and this is also affirmed by another study conducted by Mayer and NOBA in 2006. Now, the main purpose of the entrepreneurs is to increase the main purpose of social entrepreneurs is to increase overall social well-being through the development of profound social impact in developing transitional as well as developing economies like various countries here in Southeast Asia. It is therefore logical that social entrepreneurs as enablers of social change and social change makers should not create entrance barriers, unlike business entrepreneurs who do so just to gain profit. Social entrepreneurs are referred to as, or may be classified as, social bricoleurs, social constructionists, social engineers. This three level of classification is based on the pursuit of social opportunities, the capability to identify social problems, the scope of their activities, and the degree of social impact that they give to the society. Their contribution to the world is different in terms of the scope. Social bricoleurs, for example, focus on social problems, whereas social engineers focus on complex technical problems. They also use two different approaches to recognize opportunities. They can first have an idea and direct all their resources to implement it. Or they can think about an idea based on available resources that they have and then implement it. Social entrepreneurs, since they are concerned about the sustainability, in particular financial sustainability, they find new sources of funding to sustain as they find it fit to tap into traditional as well as capital markets. As social entrepreneurs is gaining a strong foothold in the countries in Southeast Asia, let us take a closer look at their functions as change agents. As change agents, they have social value, the value that they give to the society, the changes that they have. They also pursue opportunities, continuous innovation. They act boldly without being limited by the resources that they have. They exhibit heightened accountability to their constituents, their beneficiaries, and in some organizations, also their members. They attack the root cause of the underlying problem and not just treat the symptoms of whatever problems in the society that are existing. They also reduce the needs rather than just meeting the needs. These entrepreneurs are also seeking systemic change rather, leading towards sustainable development. Now, how can one claim is this? Okay. Okay. So, sorry for the technical interruption. How can an organization or an individual or just simply a group of people qualify as social enterprise or as social entrepreneurs? The main thing that they have is social mission, because without this, they cannot be considered entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs. The first one is for them, of course, to have social mission. The second one is for them to allocate significant amount of resources towards that goal. And not only that, they have to maintain their financial soundness. Social entrepreneurs or enterprises have enormous potential to be financially stable. They make market-based approaches of social enterprises to help achieve national goals and the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. And the social enterprises, they work in many ways, but is not limited to if we can see here, it's not only limited to health and social services, education, ICT services, manufacturing, energy, for some, recycling, mobility, and even real estate. And of course, they work in a lot more, even providing financial resources to those who would like to start up their own enterprises to start up with their social enterprises. Now, since the focus of our study is on BIMP IAGA, or BIMP, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, which may not be very popular to us, but this has been organized since 1999, and the focus is only on the East Asia growth area, which is the southern part of the Philippines, and then a portion of Malaysia, and some parts of Indonesia. And of course, the smallest member country is Brunei. The East Asia growth area is the original focus of our study. However, because we consider that social entrepreneurs are spread across the entire country, these 4 countries, we have decided, as I've mentioned in the first part of the presentation, in general. Now let's take a look at the status of social entrepreneurship in Brunei, a country which I once worked for 4 years. The total number of social enterprises in this country is still not determined. It can be observed, however, that in most parts or in different parts of the country, micro, small, and medium enterprises with community, social, as well as personal service are already existing and operating successfully. Or in the country, less than half are active. Entrepreneurs need to register the Registry of Companies and Business Names Division, that's under the Ministry of Finance. Companies' approval from the Ministry of Finance are issued a certificate of incorporation as well as articles of incorporation. After that, these companies enterprises must also file a return of allotment shares with the Revenue Division of the Ministry of Finance. Companies are required to contribute Employee Provident Fund, just like the social services system for private companies in our country. I have seen a few challenges for social enterprises in this country, and identify 2. One is lack of entrepreneurial culture. Are unwilling to start businesses or are discouraged from doing so. Why is it can be attributed to the abundance of secure jobs in government and in the oil and gas industry. And this limits the number of people who are willing to start social enterprises. Many social needs are met. As this is a very small country, the government meets most social needs of the Bumiputra or the locals in the place. Therefore, many entrepreneurs may be more motivated to set up purely for-profit businesses rather than social enterprises. However, looking on the brighter side, some opportunities were also identified. The Islamic finance sector, for example, in Brunei Darussalam is growing because Islamic finance emphasizes corporate social responsibility in the disbursement of their funds. This can increase the ability of social enterprises to tap into the sources of private sector funding. Also, there has been a growing recognition by government officials that social enterprises are key to solving social issues in the country. And events and talks to promote social entrepreneurship have also been organized in the country. Yet there is one recognized and strong social enterprise that focus on organizing leadership and motivational camps for underprivileged youth and social issues in the country. This enterprise has been actively involved with community building initiatives in alleviating poverty and providing access to education locally and across ASEAN. Case of Indonesia, the USAID report in 2018 revealed that there are plenty of social entrepreneurs wanting to give people of Indonesia better lives. And I guess my friends here would agree with me. Many of which has given the people, has made them significant impact in helping the country in their desire to make their country a better place to live. Social enterprises as a growing field in Indonesia is building upon a preconceived culture that it's culture of the community to support and having increasingly caught the public's attention in the last 2 decades. The support for social enterprises generally comes from the existing non-profit sector, and the government is gradually entering into the picture. Social entrepreneurs must therefore have a good understanding of the structures available so that they can take a creative approach to fit their goals into the legal structures available for operating in the country. Now, in the case of Malaysia, the government seeks to deliver public services more efficiently and innovatively. This was highlighted in a government report in 2017. They launched a social outcomes fund designed to finance for social enterprises to deliver interventions and social services that support marginalized countries, or communities rather, in their country. High levels of economic development and a large, well-educated, socially conscious, middle-class Malaysians have fueled a well-developed social enterprise sector. Enterprises receive strong support, and a number of organizations exist throughout the country which are also dedicated to supporting social entrepreneurs and their businesses, many of which receive government support and funding. This is taken from one of our interviewees from their country. However, similar to other countries in the region, there are no specific legal provisions for social enterprises, and those wishing to set up the legal structures available to them under the law should be followed. So we have the Social Outcomes Fund that they have provided, the socially conscious middle class that I've mentioned earlier, and of course, the social enterprises are gaining strong support from their government. Now, in the case of our country, social enterprise is a well-established economic sector. It is dynamic, vibrant, and innovative. There is also an initiative from some colleges and universities to offer a degree in this particular field. Now, a closer look on social enterprise in the Philippines would tell us that the government recognizes the importance of social enterprises as it was included in the recently concluded Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022, where strategy in reducing inequality is highlighted. Social enterprises in the country are mostly micro, small, and medium enterprises that are limited in size and capability as well as scale. Some are not even financially viable. Social enterprises do not have targeted support and are covered by existing MSME programs of the government. And then the government support for strategic, timely, and market-based opportunities can enable them to extend their impact to the most vulnerable populations and help address pressing social and environmental challenges, especially in the countryside. We also have noted that the PhilSen, or Philippine Social Enterprise Network, which was created in 1999, is a designated secretariat of the proposed, this is still proposed, present or poverty reductions through social entrepreneurship, a Senate Bill 782, which is still pending in the committee for already more than a year. To support the social enterprises, however, a lot of initiatives have been done. Several activities are regularly done, such as summits, conferences, trainings, exhibits, awards and recognition, and many more. In conclusion, being a new discipline, social entrepreneurship presents many opportunities in research. Existing literature on social entrepreneurship reveals that there are more research opportunities in disciplines such as accounting and operations management. Moreover, there is a potential available for quantitative researchers and mixed methods researchers to give further support to the claim that social entrepreneurs are doing well in these countries in Southeast Asia. Right now, there is a good number of qualitative researches conducted on the subject matter. But further studies may be explored in the area to investigate social entrepreneurship, social enterprises, and social entrepreneurs from various perspectives, and may also consider their beneficiaries, their customers' perspective, so that impact and their performance can also be looked into. There is also a need to identify the factors of affecting social entrepreneurs to determine the appropriate action there is also a need to identify factors affecting social entrepreneurship to determine appropriate actions to encourage these entrepreneurs and stimulate economic growth within it. Policies and regulations can be made to boost social entrepreneurship and inspire entrepreneurs. The BIMPIAGA, as an association, as well as the ASEAN, may also explore the possibility of explicitly including social enterprises in their vision, mission, goals, and objectives. With this, I'd like to thank you for your presence and listening to this presentation. Thank you very much. Magandang umaga, salamat pagi, maayong aga in Hiligaynon, and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you for your very great thought about social entrepreneurship, Dr. Menes, especially in 4 countries, BIMP. Yeah, BIMP. Okay, before we open the question and answer, for the first keynote speaker. Maybe I will continue for the second keynote speaker. And then before the rest time for coffee break, I will open 10 minutes for question and answer for Dr. Menes and Prof. Alexander. Okay, it doesn't matter for the audience. Okay, and then the next keynote speaker, I will invite Professor Dr. Alexander Bull. But before your speech, I will read your bit biography. Yeah, okay. Professor Dr. Alexander Bull grew up and studied business administration in Hamburg, Germany. In between, he lived and studied in the USA and Belgium. Since 2015, he holds a PhD in business administration and worked for 6 years in leading global position in automotive industry. There he became an expert for process and program management. Afterward, he became CFO of a company in the service industry. For more than 2 years, he has been a professor of business administration with a focus on project management and controlling. At the same time, he is head of global process and program management in an international industrial company. He is a reviewer also of an international project management journal, author of relevant papers, and speaker at many international conferences. Okay, the floor is yours, Prof.
All right, this is fine like this? Everybody can hear me? Okay, perfect. Then, Sulamat Pagi, good morning, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you. And my topic, which I'll be talking here to you, is about a case study approach within program management. And that's something we have been researching for quite a while, because as you hear through my experience, it's mostly out of 10 years in project management. And why am I talking about project management? It's a pleasure to have in private and in business life always to do with projects. Yeah, everybody is facing projects, like in private life. If you think about your sports, new sports, you're building an apartment, a house, if you plan to create a family, it's all projects. In business side, same thing. Yeah, whenever a company has a new customer, you gotta set up a project. Something new is coming up, or of course already ongoing projects. So, what is this case study about? I have it structured in 4 sessions here. It's an introduction, theoretical setup, and then we have the results for collaboration and controlling and conclusion. Yeah, it's really cold on the side, so I got the recommendation to stand here. So I try to focus to stay here now. Well, so what is the actually beginning of all of this? We see reasons for project failure. So what is it all about? Yeah, it's something which is highlighted here. You see bad preparation in planning. You see, for example, external effects from the outside, like we had corona disease. Like in Europe, we are facing lots of, let's say, governmental issues. Yeah, we have, let's say, the surveys of the supply chain in international wise. It's very difficult. We have gas prices and electricity prices going up, so it's a lot of external effects. So I'm right here, actually, external effects. We have poor project controlling, weak communication, and at the end, which is the basis of all of this, is the no good project organization and methodology. So that's what it's all behind. So this is what we are focusing. Oh. One sec. Okay. So, what are the biggest challenges for successful projects? We see a list here. It's out of a study in 2019 via Capgemini, which is a consultancy company. And what do we see here? At the beginning, like weak communication, methodology, and so on. But, I mean, this is all like structural. It's all about the background. But what we are like facing at is, of course, like social impacts. Yeah, it's about how people communicate, how they work together. How is the understanding and mindsets within projects? Further, what we found, and I'm only pressing once. Yeah. Maybe you can turn the next slides on. Is that possible? Because I think it's not really working. Yeah, I will ask you when it's the next slide. Thank you very much. Please back. Okay, thank you. So what are the reasons actually for future transformation in projects? Yeah, what we see are the biggest topics here. It's also a study via consulting. It's a consultancy company, obviously. We see, for example, the biggest major steps within project management are digitization. We see new services, like it's all of AI, yeah, artificial intelligence and stuff like that. Then we see optimization for processes. And, which is more also a cultural thing, so a social thing of social impacts, we see reorganization of companies and the cultural mindset in working together. Next slide, please. So, what was the case study about? We had in the analysis phase 5 steps. Research question: how actors in project management influence the success of projects? So, how do they need to work together? And the background of all of this, what we found is in a theoretical concept, which you all know, of course, is the principal-agent theory. What does it mean? Principal-agent theory, it's a relationship of a principal and an agent, but the background's later. Case selection, yeah, all relations within project management responsibilities. So we have the project manager, we have the sponsor, we have the program management, yeah, and consultancy companies and so on. And we all analyzed like each relation. So what was the basis of this research was like experiences, not only my experience, it was lots of experiences over years where we conducted all inventories and observations, what is happening within project management and combining it underneath the topic of program management. So everybody knows the program management is within a company where they organize, yeah, to, let's say, develop, maintain, and of course control lots of projects, yeah, within one program management like office, they used to say. So, and what is the outcome out of this is like major important steps or content which is necessary within modern collaboration and controlling and project management. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for the theoretical setup, as I said, the principal-agent theory, we have the principal, let's say the one who is the commander and who puts the agent in charge, yeah, and the agent is trying to perform and fulfill the tasks which are given by the principal. So what is the background out of this? Everybody has his own interest, yeah, it's obvious, yeah. Benefit maximization on the principal side, on the one who is owning everything, and the one who is like in charge of managing the topic which was given by the principal. Yeah, it's also of own interest to earn money, yeah, to have a good standing, good visions, good developments, and so on. So what is happening, of course, if this guy is in charge, yeah, he has like a big information, let's say, up front, yeah, big, more, closer look at all the topics and so on. And of course there are other challenges, yeah, hidden characteristics, so you don't know what is up in the head and the mind of the guy being responsible here, yeah, in the intentions, you don't know what he's actually looking for, what he's working for, what are his intentions, you don't know it. Yeah, hidden actions, yeah, because he's in charge and he can only a little control it. Yeah, and he is more or less free on what he wants to do. Of course, it needs to be in the frame of the objectives, but the details you don't know of. Hidden information is the same. Of course, the agent will make sure to inform in some way the principal. Otherwise, you know, this business will end up soon. That's clear. But on the other hand, yeah, you still need to inform on some way the principal. Next slide, please. So this is all the theoretical background. What you see now here is a principal-agent relation within a project governance. That means, like in a program management, where we have different roles, like a program management office. As I said, they're conducting lots of project management content. We see the project manager like in, let's say, a golden color. That means like he's in central charge of everything. The project sponsor, he's the overall of the certain topic responsible. We see external consultants. We see a core project management team. That means, yeah, they are working closely together. And we see, for example, a steering committee. Yeah, they are in charge of organizing everything and deciding on specific topics. And what do we see here is all this theoretical stuff. Yeah, you see all these relations which are happening on the basis of the principal-agent theory. Yeah, so they are all having, like, let's say, some information to present, some information to hide. Yeah, they have some characteristics you know of, some you don't know of. So all these relations are taken care in each of these steps. So that's why we were looking in all of these relations and trying to find out what is necessary in an overall, let's say, structure of a program management office. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let me come to the summarization of the results. Yeah, of course we have evaluated all in detail. Yeah, but this is not a presentation which is summarized the conclusion. So we found what is very necessary in the overall rules of collaboration within a program management office. First of all, commitment. We need to make sure on which level you are ever in the principal-agent theory basis, yeah, that everybody is working and focused on achieving the overall objectives. Overall, so we need some transparency of what is going on and what stage we are leading to the results. Next step is leadership and team. We make sure that the sponsor and project management, they are very clearly conducted to the topic, yeah, that they know what is going on. They are accountable for project content, the budget, and of course the collaboration in detail with all members within the structure we have seen before. Then the next topic is the procedure. Yeah, we need to make sure that the aim is on deriving solutions. Yeah, we don't want to make sure that we are informed on all the steps in detail up front. Yeah, that's not so important. The most important thing is, of course, to focus on the objectives, which is here. So always be fact-based, yeah, and have a clear, let's say, result-oriented structure of meetings. So, and decision-making, of course, yeah, because when it comes up to decision-making, you need to make sure that the steering committee or the sponsors, which I was showing on the slide before, that they are all involved. Then also another very important topic, yeah, especially in the technical fields, yeah, as I was responsible in many project management and program management positions within my career path, I was working with technical project managers. Technical project managers, they love their job, yeah? I mean, they really love it, yeah? That means whenever they get something to do, they do it better than they have to do it, yeah? That's what our technicians were doing, yeah? And then they went to the customer and said, this is our new product. Let's say something in the car. The customer says, oh, that's not what we expected. It's even more. Great. We take it to the price we offered. And everyone was like, what was the price we offered? They did not take care about the price because they really liked their technical stuff and they developed more that it was necessary. So what it ends up is, of course, in, let's say, cost problems, yeah, because you need to make sure that everything is working and even cost-wise. And that's why openness and willingness to learn and let's say the Pareto rule of 80-20 is very appropriate, yeah. You need to make sure that you, of course, fulfill the customer needs, yeah, but you don't need to exaggerate, and you need to make sure that you find a structure also within controlling that you are, let's say, have a good relationship with your customers and everything is working fine. And of course it's also a problem, I would not only say in Europe, but especially like in my home country in Germany, that we would like to do everything 100% correctly. It's also not good, because when you always want to fulfill everything to the end, you will be sitting there and working there forever, yeah. But you need to have a relationship with all your employees, with all the project management content, that it might be enough at a certain step and talk to the customer. Look what we have created. Maybe there are some steps left and right, and yeah, but we can get started. We don't need to go up the 100%. It's maybe not necessary, or it's even too much. Last but not least, of course, in this topic is the communication topic. Yeah, within the teams, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, you got to work with respect. Yeah, and fact-based communication is very necessary to have, let's say, global and good content-wise project organization. Why am I saying global? As you know, in the automotive industry and in others, of course, the production is taking all around the world place. Yeah, and that means you need to involve everybody. Yeah, even if it's in Asia or it's in South America, it's in Africa or North America or Europe itself. Yeah, so it means we all need to work together in some way. So it's very, very necessary to work here in a modern digital way, and of course with openness and respect. Thank you. Next slide, please. Another topic what we found out is that storytelling is one of the major and maybe key facts in involving and developing projects. Yeah, some people say, yeah, storytelling, yeah, they might be telling something which is not so necessary. That might be true on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's all about stories, because you need to touch the people by heart. And if I mean touch the people in a big organization, it's quite difficult. Yeah, you have organizations with 100,000 of people, if you know, like big German companies like Siemens or something. Yeah, so it's very difficult to get everybody together around the world. And how do you touch people by heart? Yeah, that they have a feeling, they belong to something, that they are, let's say, enforced to be part of the team. You need to involve them on the one hand. That means give them a chance to talk about topics. Yeah, to give them the opportunity to give some input. Yeah, because it helps the people to feel connected to the topics. That's the one side. But the other side is the storytelling itself. So that means what we see here is that we want to combine facts and feelings. Yeah, it also sounds strange, but I give you an example. If you, for example, would like to introduce a new HR software in your company, imagine before everything was on paper, and now you install let's say digital HR software. So everything is digital, like your payment role is digital. If you want to go on holiday, you apply for holiday, also digital, all very easy. Now imagine, yeah, you are living on the Philippines, I read quite often, maybe also Malaysia or Indonesia, of course, yeah. So imagine you want to buy a house or an apartment. What happens, yeah, you might show the bank some of your loans, yeah, your monthly loans. And imagine you're going on a holiday trip. Maybe you go to my country, to Germany, yeah. There are other nice places around Europe, yeah. But imagine you want to have it cold, you go to Germany, yeah. So you go to Germany, and what is your bank? They are calling you, oh, something happens with the interest rate, they are all going up and down, yeah. And you're on your trip. So what is, if you have an HR system where everything is still on paper, you might leave the chance, yeah, to stay with the old interest rate, which is necessary for your house you want to buy here on Bali. So it's not possible. But imagine you have a HR system where everything is digital, you log on, you have the possibility to reach your loan agreement, and you send it digitally, of course, to your bank, everything is fine. You can realize your dream, all perfect. Yeah, so this is something where people can be touched by heart, because it's a situation you might be close to, and if you can transfer something to a story, it can be very, very helpful. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. It's just one example, and you can make up something like this in all other fields. So it's very, very important that you touch people by heart and take them with you, let's say, on a journey of employees or journey for employees. Thank you. Next step, please. Next slide. So, and what we also found, that it's very necessary that you contribute and summarize things in modern tools. Yeah. So, if I ask you which tools support collaborative working and controlling with the projects, who would say it's Microsoft Excel? Is that supporting? Please raise your hands if it's Microsoft Office, or let's say Excel. Is it supporting you in a digital way? Would you say so? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, so that would be Microsoft Excel. If you go for next step, Business Warehouse, everybody has been working with SAP maybe, or Oracle, like big programs which are conducting information in induction in industry companies. Yeah, you have tools like Business Warehouse. So you think it's pretty smart new tool? Anyone? Yeah, maybe it's a step forward. It's a little bit more digital than the Microsoft Excel, of course. But let's go one step even further. Yeah, we need a flexible tool where we can control data in project management very easy, yeah? To let's have a, sorry? For example, yeah, Microsoft Project was the naming here. So that means where we can conduct project content very easily and maybe have a planning and stuff like this. So it helps because it's very digitalized and you can work on one project even in a global way. And what would be like in general even a tool? Let's not maybe go for Microsoft, but I name it itself now. So for example, Power BI. Most of the people have heard of Power BI. So it's quite modern way of, like, let's say, planning and controlling of data, also in a global way, and of course with real-time data. This is also very helpful, yeah, in being, let's say, in a modern way in setting up projects and controlling projects. But I mean, this is just a question to think about, yeah? So what can be helping? And the next step is, of course, with artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what we see here is, for example, what we have here now pretty much. Yeah, we have, for example, a Teams organization for the working together and, let's say, exchanging of ideas and documents. Then we see the planning, for example, which is based on project, for example. This is Microsoft Project Digital. Yeah, there's the one which is like in an app which you download, and this is the one which is digital, like in an app on cloud. And that's, let's say, even more easier to conduct in a global way. Then we have reporting possibilities, so on BI, as we said, and, for example, analysis possibilities, which are also trying to analyze processes within projects or also in general in a company. And if we go one slide further, please. Thank you. So what do we see here? Examples, challenges for a company's digitization project. Imagine how big is a company and what is running all through with projects. Yeah, we have certain content on the supplier side, on the customer side, B2B, business to business or business to customer, of course. And what we all see, it's all related with IT systems, yeah, smart devices and so on. And what is very helpful, if all these devices, of course, are connected somehow in some networking, in some infrastructure. And what helps at the end is, of course, in capturing this data, what is meant here, and controlling all the transactions which are being held. So for example, if you're, for example, on the supplier side, yeah, and you have something like mobile scanning, yeah, you have a digital warehouse, it's all with barcodes and all modern set up, yeah, very easy technology, of course, yeah, but very helpful, very modern. The most important is to get all these things together and having the possibility with real-time data, which is set here, data in real-time quality and AI-based, where you can even go for the next step. Yeah, that's something we found that it's very necessary, very helpful within companies. Not only, I would say, in Europe, I would say around the world. I mean, in Europe, I know the standings, yeah, because I'm very close and familiar to what is going on in the industries there. We're still working on the connection of these topics, yeah, to get it really together, because it's really lacking. Yeah, there are good opportunities to be more efficient, yeah, than we are these days. And next slide, please. Thank you. So what does it mean at the end? Yeah, we have a conclusion. The conclusion is that we in project management have certain requirements to be successful. And what does it mean to be successful? It's possible, and it's one way of structuring everything. We said it's possible to structure it in tasks, tools, principles, and responsibilities. And why are we thinking this is necessary? It's all coming from the peoples. Remember what we had at the beginning, yeah? We were talking about society, social things, mindset. So that means we need a clear view of what is going on. And the management is the one who's responsible for all that. They need to set it up. Otherwise, you don't have a chance to get through with a certain program management, taking care of the actions of a principal or an agent. Yeah? So it's necessary to set it up with the management, to have the certain structure, to making sure that projects are working, that the project failure issues are taken care of. Yeah? So this is the most important, let's say, connection of what was being shown at the beginning, leading to project failures, getting everything structured with knowledge, with the correct tools, with principles and discipline of collaboration, as I was summarizing before, and at the end, of course, some delegation with responsibility, because management cannot do it themselves. That's obvious, I guess. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this is the last slide in this research. So we found, and I'm only leading or heading towards the success factors because I think I want to stay in the time. Yeah, I have like 1 more minute to go. And well, you say so. I can keep going if you want. No. So success factors really quickly. Yeah, it's very necessary from management side and what we have seen before, that we have a clear vision on the goals, that we have a top management commitment. And this is also something in Europe. Yeah, I think in the Asian room it's a little different. In Asia, I think if the management is deciding for something, yeah, it's pretty clear everyone has to follow. In Europe, it's not the same. Everybody is trying to make up their own mind, having their own ideas, putting them in. And so if the commitment is not really given in Europe, everybody might do what they want to do, yeah? So it might be a little bit different than what is actually on the expectation. And that's something we need to consider, of course. Communication and openness and fairness, participation, of course, in opportunities, and then the cultural change also very necessary. And that doesn't mean only cultural in like different cultural backgrounds. That means in changing and transforming companies to more digital ways. Yeah, as we all know, there's big transformation possibilities coming up, especially with artificial intelligence, and we need to be prepared. We need to be open, and I think even in project management, a lot of possibilities are given. And last but not least, the methodology, monitoring, and appreciation of progress in real lifetime data. Everything can be conducted, and I think project management can be going on a good way, but there's still a lot to do, especially regarding artificial intelligence. That's it for now. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, I would be happy to be sharing some more ideas or questions, as I hear maybe later on. Thank you, it's an honor to be here, and if you have, any more comments, please let me know.
Thank you.
Let's have a good meeting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Alexander. Yeah. Now, Professor Alexander also Professor for Business Administration in Germany, in International University of Germany. Okay. Okay. We have 5 minutes to discuss with Dr. Menes and Professor Alexander. Maybe for this opportunity, 5 minutes, but after couple break, we can open again the discussion with Dr. Christian. Okay, please direct your question to speakers.
Thank you. It is interesting to hear about project management from you, Professor. Prof. The one I want to ask you is, how do you find this will be applied to in government? Is project management in private sector is also the same with government or public sector? Thank you.
I guess the question is for me. Or do you want to answer now? I'm joking. We can exchange. No. Well, it's a very good question, actually. It's about how governments can structure projects, for example. Will it be the same like we're talking in the private industry, which we have been talking about? And so basically, I think it needs to be separated due also to the areas. Yeah, if I would talk to about Europe, I think we need a lot which can be conducted from what has been found here to, let's say, government project structures in Germany. Why I am smiling, you might have heard in Germany we have some big project failures in the last years. Yeah. So it was like really the Berlin airport, you might have heard, one of the biggest airports in the world, and it was costing, I think, 10 times as much as it was calculated at the beginning. It was taking, I don't know, 5 more years or even 10 more years to finalize the project. And it was a disaster. That's what everybody was thinking about. And there are 2 more projects. Actually, in my hometown, it's an old, let's say, what is it in English? It's a big event house. So it's at the harbor front, very nice, like for operas and so on, or like kind of our opera house. And the same thing happens. Too expensive, too long taken. And there's another thing in Stuttgart, which is about the train station. So it's a new train port, and same thing. So that means, yeah, they cannot really organize projects well. And how do we get about it? Of course, it leads to have more pressure and not the governmental typical way of organizing it. That means in Germany, it's like you give some budget, but there is no problem if the budget is increasing. Nobody's taking care. They can take the state money, and that's it. Yeah, that cannot be the way, you know. You need to, from the beginning, set it up in a more focused way. And you need, of course, at the end, the organizations taking care of the project, you need to, let's say, follow up on them. You need to control them more effectively. Yeah, and at the end, if they run out of business or of budget and of time, it's their problem. It's not the government's problem. It's not the government who's paying for all of that. That would be my access to it. Yeah, but it's a personal view because, of course, in government they would be all saying, yeah, let's maybe give them the chance. It's okay. But that's not the way of to deal with it in business, I think. And if I look in the Asian countries, so for example to China, and we have done a lot of projects in China, but on the business side, I think it would be impossible to have overlasting or on budget increase projects. Yeah, they would not accept it. And this company who is serving these ideas, they will not get any contracts in the future. They are out of business. Yeah, that would happen, I think, in China, for example. So I don't know how it would be here. Maybe pretty similar to China. I'm not sure. But in Germany or Europe, it's a little bit too open. Yeah, it's too flexible and no consequences. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think enough for maybe you can discuss privately.
In the break, we
Professor.
could
Yeah, in the
discuss.
break, yeah, because it's time is up for. Now we go to coffee break first, and then I hope you will back to the room at 11:25. 35, yeah. Okay. 11:35. Jadi you have 10-minute coffee break. I'm sorry for the tight schedule. Okay, let's get our coffee break. Maybe for Dr. Menes, maybe next question I will open again. Okay.
Give a rejoinder to his answer so that I will not be asked any more later. Yeah, would you allow?
Yeah. Okay. Please, Dr. Menes.
Yeah, I agree with his answer that the project management would really be applicable in private enterprises, as that was one of our experience when I was still with the construction industry, where project management is really very necessary. And at the time, we were just doing the quantitative analysis of manpower scheduling, coping up with the schedule, and then materials procurement and so on. But however, when I transferred to the academy, I have realized that doing that quantitative research in project management is not really enough. I also agree with him when he said that storytelling is very important, and it can even give us more meaning to the results of our study, as we have already started embracing mixed methods research design. I really love giving explanations to the quantitative results that we have, and I strongly agree with you, sir, that indeed project management is applicable in the private industries. Thank you very much.
Additional information, Dr. Menes, and then come on, we go out and take the coffee break. Okay, I will. Before coffee break, we have take the photo first, photo group for the session. Okay. Handphone for the photo session.
Do it all again if you ask me. Baby, dreams all in the backseat. see. Forget the rest of me. I need a high dose of your medicine, good for me. Cause it's all about the feeling every time I get it. Oh, I won't forget it, you're blessing me. Lord, I need the recipe. Oh, I'll be right back here tomorrow on hands and knees. Cause it's all about the feeling every time I get it. Oh, I won't forget it, you're blessing me. Of your medicine, good for me. Cause it's all about the feeling every time I get it. Oh, I won't forget it, you're blessing me. Lord, I need the recipe. Oh, I'll be right back here tomorrow on hands and knees. Cause it's all about the feeling every time I get it. Oh, I won't forget it, you're blessing me. I can't get you blessing me. Cause it's all
academia and hospitality industry. Currently, he serves as the program head of BSHM and Culinary Arts at La Consolation College, Bacolod. With a track record of academic excellence, he has also held the role of Assistant Program Chair for the MS in Hospitality Management at LCC College, Bacolod from June 2017 to March 2020. Research contribution, Mr. Ituraga scholarly contribution have left an incredible mark. His research work including publication on the LECON, business development of independent economic, and employees' perception on the readiness of hotel to subscribe to ISO 1, 2015. Has been featured in respective journals such as the International Journal of Sustainability Education and Global Creative Economic. You have a 30-minute presentation, and then time is yours, Mr. Ituriaga.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'll be discussing the green human resource management in Southeast Asia. But first things first, I'd like to greet everyone. Mabuhay, our greetings in Filipino. Everybody say mabuhay. Mabuhay, everyone, and welcome to Bali, Indonesia. The outline of my presentation is going to be focusing on the overview of green human resource management, its history, the purpose, what is currently happening with regards to such discipline, what is green human resource management in Southeast Asia today, and most importantly, the purpose why we are here is for our love for research. And the highlight of my presentation is going to be identifying few gaps in green human resource management research. So the issue of sustainability became a mainstream topic soon after the publication of the United Nations Brundtland Report, also known as Our Common Future, in the 1980s. Thus, greening has an important impact on how it deals with its supply chain production process, the organizational culture, the values, strategies, choices, and employees' behavior. So it started way back in 1980s when the United Nations published their report known as Common Future with regards to the greening of our organization, which is said to be significant in the supply chain of the organization. Further, Waymayer said in 1996 that if a company is to adopt an environmentally aware approach to its activities, the employees are the key to its success or failure. So the employees of our company, of our organizations, may be the key for either just of the two. They may be the key for our success, or they could break our organization at once. Why did green human resource management existed, or how did it existed? So the first is natural resources on Earth are in terrible pressure. Most of us are already feeling the extreme heat. We have already been going through tough rains all year round, and we don't even know what is the season, especially in our country, in the Philippines. We really don't know right now if it's going to be a rainy season or if it's going to be a dry season for us, because everything is unpredictable. This is brought about by the climate change. In 1992, in the management field, there is such thing as green marketing. There is also green accounting in 1992. There is green retailing and green management in general in 1997. However, there is no green human resource management. That's why such discipline was found, and researchers argue that employees should be inspired, empowered, and environmentally aware of green in order to carry out green initiatives. There is a growing need for the integration of environmental management into human resource management practices. The human resource management and the greening of the greening of the organization is also part of marketing. marketing is said to be an organizational function, and the reason why this discipline has existed because unfortunately there is very little research that has been conducted even in the advanced countries. To support this, I have visited Google Scholar. If we compare the data, if you look into one of the most common topic, which is service quality, there are about 7,420,000 articles and studies that focuses on such. Sadly, for green human resource management, there is only 4 million. But looking at the gaps that we have identified later on, out of these 4,860,000 articles, there is a little focus on Southeast Asian countries. The purpose of GHRM is first to pursue sustainability in the use of resources and preserve natural environment, to increase employee motivation, engagement, and confidence, to establish a company's name in the society. Now we can use green human resource management as a branding of our organization to promote employee satisfaction, productivity, and retention. Further, there is a framework that was developed by Madi et al. In 2023. So this is a very new framework. So the results of GHRM are yielding there are numerous results for such application. So there is a connection between green human resource management and organizational citizenship. So the sense of belongingness of your employees is increasing in the organization through the application of green human resource management. Furthermore, the author has identified we have the green recruitment and selection, green training and development, green recognition and compensation, as well as green performance appraisal. There are factors of GHRM by Faisal 2023. There are actually 6 that he has identified. We have the green job analysis, job design and analysis, green recruitment and selection, training and development, performance management, pay and rewards, and green job involvement. And the last but not the least, the green organization, culture, and development. For the green job design and analysis, I'll just go ahead and summarize this. So we have the green jobs that are decent. These are green jobs, no? That encompass human factor and include fair remuneration with work for equal opportunities for career growth. So indeed, green job design focuses more on getting a job to be more humanistic. At the same time, it has to be fair with equal opportunities for career growth. It is a product of either employment of green industries or a consequence of green policies. Zulik and Zima in 2018 contends that green jobs are associated with preserving environment in various sectors with great deal of opportunity for entrepreneurship, and this is focused on human action and considered to be the jobs that produce service goods that conserve nature. For the green recruitment and selection, of course, this pertains to the paperless recruitment process, which will have a minimal impact on the environment. So this process of recruitment and selection helps minimizes our carbon footprint in general. The green recruitment and selection is the candidate's green awareness also, which encompasses personality factors that are necessary for the achievement of the company's objectives or environmental objectives such as green consciousness and agreeableness of candidates. So currently it is important for the companies or organizations to not just select employees in terms of their qualifications, but also we have to look into how aware they are with regards to the environment. with regards to the environmental protection. So it would be easier for you to align the environmental objectives of the organization versus to the characteristics or qualifications of the candidate. Okay. So green training and development. Hossein suggests that the training supervisor should use more online course materials and case studies rather than printed handouts, books, brochures to reduce the use of paper. This gives an opportunity for e-learning platforms to take chance in training and development programs. Now, if there is one thing that this pandemic has brought us good is our access to technology. Way back, I'm not saying that this pandemic was good, but again, it's just one of the identifiable advantage what this pandemic has given us is our access to technology at a lesser cost already. Before, it's going to cost us so much, but right now, for our institutions, especially for the private sector institutions, we don't have really so much budget for technology. However, we could still leverage on the use of the free versions, which could be actually helpful in conserving our resources, especially for the financial. So e-learning course materials are also available online. We could utilize our LinkedIn profiles and look into certifications with regards to environmental awareness. Furthermore, green training and development is said that it should be aligned to ISO 1400 standard, or the environmental protection standards of ISO, which could be used as the framework for evaluating or training our employees in terms of the environmental awareness. Further, GTD sharpens the skills of an employee to deal with different environmental issues, and it is one of the most important tools in developing our human resources. Okay. Green pay and rewards. Green pay and rewards, according to Ardiza and Nawangsari, is a financial and non-financial reward system that aims to attract, retain, and motivate employees. Okay. I think there is a problem with my slides layout. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I think there's a problem with the slides. It's fine, I'll just continue. Okay, so I'll just proceed to the green human resource management in Southeast Asia. There is an increasing interest found on GHRM, and the boom of publication began in 2018. And unfortunately, the GHRM studies within the Asian countries are just within the service organizations and manufacturing sectors through quantitative approach. Again, this affirms the need for storytelling. The need for storytelling and qualitative research approaches. Because most of the studies in this field are just in the quantitative approach. Spiritual leadership can also nurture employees' voluntary and eco-friendly behavior by creating strong affective orientation and positive social emotions. This is important for leaders. They must exhibit spiritual leadership and behaviors that foster a hope, faith, and altruistic love to direct the realization of a green vision. So when we lead our people, it's just only their academic aspects that we have to look into. Somehow we have to touch their hearts by going into their spirituality, by promoting stewardship for environmental protection. Employees' appraisal should give a proper weight on environmental understanding, and job descriptions must include the activities related to environmental concern. Okay, for the gaps, despite of the extensive debate on voluntary eco-friendly behavior among workforce in Western and European nations, its ramifications and discussions in Southeast Asia are largely unexplored. So, my dear friends, this study is largely is yet to be explored in Southeast Asia. there is a knowledge gap in leadership and employee eco-friendly behavior, according to Sunhaji and Wihuda in 2023. The overlook of determinants of HRM, a standardized framework for HRM research in the ASEAN region, a lack of strategic HRM robust literature. So there is a literature gap that may cast light to provide a comprehensive picture of the key aspect in the region. The studies were conducted mainly in Asian countries, with top 5 for GHRM field studies, namely Pakistan, China, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Unfortunately, Philippines and Indonesia is not yet explored in terms of green human resource management. And these two countries that I have mentioned are just few countries that are on the highest risk for climate change. The future of human resource management, of course, that's for the purpose of human development. And so, according to Chen in 2023, that human resources must go beyond transaction or even strategy to move towards purpose. Human development encompasses treating people as humans, not as commodity or capital. Regardless of the HR of the area of HR, human development permeates through all of the vis-a-vis 3 primary considerations. These are equal opportunities, the freedom to take them, and the choice not to. These are the imperative of human development, the next evolution of human resources. I have one minute, yeah. And so, to utilize our studies according to St. Augustine, research is a science, and so we just have to add charity to it. Then science will become useful, not because of itself, but on account of charity. And with that, I'd like to say maraming salamat po sa lahat, and thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ituriaga, for your very, very interesting presentation. I invite only one question for the floor. Please? Anyone? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, you have private conversation, yeah, Miss? Oh, okay, okay. Only for other keynote speaker, maybe? I invite one question for audience before I finish this section with a little gift from committee to 3 keynote speakers. Okay, finish. Okay, because you have already coffee break and full, all of us. Yeah, sleepy maybe. Yeah, okay. Okay, before we finish this session, we invite again to 3 keynote speakers to go in front, because the committee will give a little gift from committee, yeah, to 3 our keynote speaker. Please go in front, Dr. Carmen, Prof. Alexander, and Mr. Ituriaga. Yeah. Maybe Bu Ani can give each of the keynote speaker satu-satu aja. For Dr. Carmen first, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dr. Carmen, thank you for your collaboration. Okay. For Professor Dr. Alexander. Yes. Thank you also for your long trip from Germany. And then Mr. Ituriaga. Okay, thank you for your collaboration. And then the session will be moved to technical session 1. Maybe we can conduct parallel session. We'll guide with Dr. Ani or Dr. Wilson first. Oh, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Ani UST. I invite two of you to moderate the supervise this
Good
session.
morning.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning po. Can you hear me? So we will move to paper presentation this morning. So we will start. Are we going to start, Dr. Anik?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will start with the first presenter. Our first presenter is Dr. Eleanor B. Almoro. She's actually our Professional Regulatory Board Commission Board of Medicine. Dr. Eleanor Almoro will be discussing prevalence of data sharing practices among physicians in the Philippines, impact on hospital management.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues.
Good
Welcome.
morning.
Okay. So in the Philippines, in the Philippines, the consciousness on data privacy came much later than its global counterparts. The Data Privacy Law of 2012 acknowledges the patient's rights to privacy while ensuring free flow of information. How does this affect the medical practitioners when in every aspect of their professional activity involves handling of patient information? At present, the practice of medicine remains traditional despite the advance of advances in technology. It entails not only the collection and processing of data, but interpretation as well. When the patient comes in for a medical consultation, a physician starts by doing a proper history taking, physical examination, and in most occasions, complements it with laboratory and imaging tests. The study wanted to identify the prevalence of specific practices that exposes the physician and increases the risk of violating the Data Privacy Act. The findings can help the Filipino doctors and hospital managers in creating policy and security measures to better protect the medical staff and the hospital. This in turn will redound to patients' benefits through better protection of their rights to privacy. So the research design was an analytic cross-sectional study which identified the following specific objective: determination of the prevalence of data collection practices among physicians, determination of prevalence of physicians with high-risk predisposition to violating the Data Privacy Act, and lastly, to determine if there is an association between the high-risk behavior of physicians and the socio-demographic profile and professional profile of the physician. A nationwide survey was conducted during seminars attended by physicians using a validated questionnaire form. The research was conducted in accordance with the guidelines for ethics, privacy, and confidentiality as specified by pertinent laws. Okay. So 1,540 responded to the invitation. Majority are female with an average age of 45.7 years. Geographic allocation of participants aligned with the distribution of participants in the country. Majority of participants are consultants, practicing in clinics and hospitals, and has been in practice for more than 20 years. The top specialties are OBGYN, internal medicine, pediatrics, and surgery. The survey questionnaire highlighted the different scenarios in the collection, processing, and sharing of pertinent data during the medical care of a patient. These scenarios represent situations in day-to-day practices of a physician. For each scenario, there will be 2 questions. The first question represents the prevalence of encountering a similar scenario in their day-to-day practice. The second question will indicate the prevalence of physicians engaging in potentially risky behavior. The next few slides will run down the scenarios presented to the participant. So 1, transmission of patient data digitally, transmission of patient laboratory results through text messaging, release of patient information to a person without any legal relationship to the patient, release of patient information to a government agency, doing research using information from patient medical charts, transmission of data through SMS or Viber messaging in request for a second opinion, sharing of patient information during endorsement rounds, sharing of patient information with medical students, discussion of patient information in a public place, such as an elevator. The prevalence of data collection and processing practices that can increase the risk of violating the data privacy is summarized in Table 1. Results showed in descending order. The prevalence is highest with physicians sharing information during hospital endorsement, followed by transmission of a laboratory results through text, asking for a second opinion through cell phone apps, transmission of radiologic images digitally, and for other scenarios, the prevalence is less than 50%. The second question in the survey asked the participants' possible behavior in the same situation. By answering most likely, it implies that he will engage in a potentially risky behavior with respect to patients' data privacy. In descending order, the prevalence is highest during endorsement rounds, bedside rounds, sending radiologic images digitally, getting second opinion, nurse relaying patient results, and collaboration with another doctor in a public place. The number of times the participants answered most likely in the second question was counted. The participants were labeled high risk if the physician answered most likely in 5 or more of the scenarios. The prevalence of patients with potentially high-risk behavior is 74%, or around 3/4 would be classified as high risk for potentially violating the Data Privacy Act. To determine the factors that can affect this high-risk behavior, we looked at the socio-demographic and professional profile of physicians. Among the socio-demographic profile, educational attainment had an association with higher risk behavior. Imagine, if you have a PhD, you are 5 times more likely to violate the Data Privacy Act. For professional profile, professional status was seen to have an association. Consultants have a 2.2 times higher or more likely to have a high-risk behavior as compared to residents. As for specialization, it was seen that specialists in occupational medicine and psychiatry are less likely to engage in high-risk behavior. In healthcare, data collection, processing, and sharing is vital for patients to get the best care. As it is, the risk of breaching patient data privacy is always at arm's length. Although the doctor values patient privacy, it is apparent that doctors may not necessarily think of patient privacy matters when managing patients. Data privacy breach appears not to be in the physician's main consciousness. We care more about our patients than breaching privacy, so it's in the back door. It can be concluded that among Filipino doctors, the threat of violating provisions of the Data Privacy Act is more real than apparent. Although the scenarios shared today can impact the patient's medical care positively by avoiding delay in treatment, ensuring continuity of care, assuring that we will have good doctors in the future, providing the best care through collaboration. The physician should exercise caution by knowing your rights when you are managing your patient, as well as knowing your obligation to patient regarding data privacy concern. For hospitals, they should create policies that can curtail violations of the Data Privacy Act. And to remember, to secure patients' informed consent regarding activities that pertains to data privacy. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eleanor Almoro. Do we have question po from the floor? Question po. We can entertain one question. If there's no question, we will proceed po with the second speaker. Yes po. Go ahead, sir.
So the question is,
Yes.
do you see it as a big challenge for, like, let's say, doctors to taking care of, like, let's say, data security? Because on the other hand, you know, isn't it their job basically to take care of the patient? You know, so where is the
Yes.
middle level?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
That is a problem. When you go to a doctor, the primary concern is to make you well. But because of the awareness in data privacy and the new law, you have to also be careful. For example, if you come to the ER and I need to make a decision on your management and the doctor is not there, can I send the data? And then most of the hospitals, or unlike maybe in the States, wherein they have a very secured system for transmitting data, and even so got hacked. In the Philippines, we usually send it through Viber, through apps, through messages. So there is no hospital policy that will tell you, if you're going to send patient data, use this secured line. Now, if you use your, let's say, if the nurse uses her cell phone, then the data of the patient is stored in that cell phone. If you use the cell phone of the hospital provided to the nurses, how long do you keep the data there? Can you erase it? So these are things that we do because we wanted to help the patient, but inadvertently can be a problem for managers, for hospital managers. So the management should look at these things because the prevalence is high. They do that. We do that. So we have to look at the things that makes it potentially violating the data privacy, and then we create policies to curtail that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Almoro. Okay, so we will now proceed with the second speaker. Our second speaker is a faculty from De La Salle University. She is Assistant Professor Jessica Rainieses. They are looking for your PPT. Bigay mo na. Thank you very much. Due to technical difficulty, we will proceed to the third speaker, then we will go back to the second speaker. The third speaker is... Okay, we will proceed to the third speaker for today. Our third speaker is a faculty from De La Salle University. He is our former Vice Dean, Attorney Dr. Hilario Caraan.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my paper that I will share with you this afternoon is about the arbitration regulatory issue on integrity in labor management conflict resolution in the Philippines. Hop on or hop off. I'm a faculty member of De La Salle University, and at the same time, my profession is as a lawyer in the Philippines. And one of the challenges that I was able to observe in my legal profession is about the integrity performance of our judges in the Department of Labor insofar as the administration of labor justice is concerned. This particular paper is all about the lingering issue in the Philippines about the public perception of partiality, lack of credibility, and independence of the arbitrators in the administration of labor justice. In the Philippines, we took out already the administration of justice in terms of labor management issues from the regular courts to arbitrators. And there are two types of arbitration systems in the Philippines, and these are voluntary and compulsory arbitration. The voluntary arbitration is being handled by the National Conciliation and Mediations Board, while the compulsory arbitration is being handled by the National Labor Relations Commission. However, there are challenges in the administration of labor justice, and there are issues asking and questioning the partiality, lack of credibility, and independence of arbitrators in making fair and objective resolution of issues brought or raised by the various employers and employee associations, particularly focusing on integrity concerns resulting to lack of public trust and respect on the arbitration processes and outcomes. Therefore, this paper is aimed to address or to assess the role of the private sector primary stakeholders, and these are particularly the management litigants, the employees or the workers litigants, and the lawyers themselves who participate in the arbitration processes, particularly on what is their role coming from the private sector as litigants in influencing or affecting the integrity performance of the arbitration process, and they as actors with the intention of coming up with a proposal to have a monitoring strategy or mechanism on the integrity through a public-private collaboration in the administration of labor justice. The study proposes a paradigm shift from the current compartmentalized anti-corruption strategy and complaint-driven integrity performance assessment and investigation to what I propose and conceptualize through this paper as ACTIVE, Public Service Delivery, which I will elaborate later on. In said proposed model, the identified integrity gaps in the arbitration processes, such as vertical, horizontal, external, and developmental accountabilities, are expected to be addressed by the active public service delivery mechanism. Integrity in the administration of labor justice in the Philippines has long been questioned by many stakeholders, both the employer side the worker side, and even the lawyers themselves. Government plays a regulatory role in conflict resolution between management and workers, because in the Philippines, administration of labor justice is one of the public service delivery responsibilities of the state. Going back to the issue on integrity, I used in my paper what the Asia Foundation and Justice Cruz of Isagani Cruz of the Supreme Court of the Philippines as indicators of clean or with integrity, clean administration of justice. And these are impartiality, independence, and credibility. Impartiality as an indicator of clean administration of justice is actually decision-based. Decision-based in the sense that courts objectively adjudicate conflicts without any personal interest on the outcome. Credibility, on the other hand, is perception-based. Perception-based because the decisions must be acceptable not only to the party litigants, both the employer side and the worker side, but also to the general public. Independence is affiliation-based because the judges should make neutral decisions and they should be freed from interference, pressures, restraints, corruption, and commitment following the framework set by Justice Isagani Cruz of the Supreme Court. This is actually my theoretical framework, which actually captures the four major accountability levels in public governance: vertical accountability, horizontal accountability, developmental accountability, and external accountability. In horizontal accountability in the administration of justice, I adopted the Department for Integrity Development of the UK in 2003, which actually suggests that the 7S model on shared values, structure, strategy, skill, system, style, and staff. And in analyzing the National Labor Relations Commission and the National Conciliation and Mediations Board's institutional framework, I incorporated as well the framework suggested by the Asia Foundation in 2003 and the legal framework suggested by Justice Isagani Cruz in 2015, particularly on the indicators of a clean administration of labor justice, particularly independence, impartiality, and credibility in the disposition of these labor disputes in order to come up with an effective administration of labor justice. I combined the 50-item survey questionnaire with a focus group discussion in order to validate the results of the survey questionnaire. And I measured from that particular survey the general and specific views of the NLRC and the NCMB, National Capital Region of the Philippines, decision-making process using the three indicators I earlier mentioned. And in the questionnaire, I asked the participants if their response was based on their personal experience as litigants, or it's just based on a mere perception of the administration of labor justice in the Philippines. Out of 125, only 112 samples were considered as valid. 38.39% were from the workers, 34.82% were from management, and 26.79% of the respondents were lawyers, practitioners at the NCMB and the National Labor Relations Commission. I will share with you just the highlights of the survey, and they mentioned that the reason why they go to our labor courts, the number one was to seek for justice, but it was lightly followed by money. Both workers and the management agreed that it was justice and then followed by money, which was the major consideration for going to courts. For the lawyers, their major consideration was because of their career or profession. But noticeably, the last for all the three stakeholders, their last consideration in going to court is to establish goodwill or a harmonious relationship at the workplace. 70.67% of the respondents have to spend sums of money for their cases because they said that there was a limited support from our government, particularly for the workers in seeking justice in our labor courts. In the Philippines, you can only ask for a support from the government for free lawyers if your income is 24,000 pesos and below. If you're earning at least 24,000 pesos, no particular support from the government can be had in providing you lawyers to seek for justice in case of labor management disputes. During the focus group discussion, it was the observation of representatives from all the primary stakeholders in our labor justice administration that because of each of the parties, both the management and the workers' side, and even the lawyers representing them, all of them have this innate desire to win cases. And for them, this is a red flag for corruption. And it creates actually a volatile environment in the administration of labor justice in our country. And the general view is that they disagree that justice administration is clean. Decisions show very significant deviations from our existing laws, regulations, and jurisprudence. Deviations are results of personal considerations in many diverse forms. What are these considerations in the decisions as they observed? Money or personal favors from the party litigants themselves in the private sector. Networks with who are the people that you know. In other words, the results actually will prompt us to answer this particular question. Who shall guard the guardians? Who shall guard the guardians? In terms of clean indicator, and 53.17% admitted to having participated in acts of impropriety to influence decision-making process. And they were successful. You can see on screen the success rate based on based on the sharing of the employers, respondents, workers, and even the employers. They also disagree that in terms of independence, 8 out of 12 indicators they disagree, and in terms of credibility, 5 out of 7 they also disagree. Therefore, this particular research also is coming up with a proposal for an active public service delivery in order to transform what they perceive as a problematic confluence between the private sector, who are the major stakeholders of the government's administrative public service delivery responsibility. And this is what I call as administration of justice through complementary transparency, initiative, vigilance, and empowerment. In such a way that, sorry, ayaw na mag- it doesn't, yun. In such a way, that the monitoring mechanism is suggested not to be anymore complaint-driven. If there is no case being filed at the Office of the Ombudsman, then there is no case. Okay? The proposal is actually to empower the private sector as led by the watchdog agencies in the Philippines, particularly the resident ombudsman at the NLRC, and there will be proper representations from various organizations, particularly coming from the practitioners themselves, because they are the best persons to monitor any acts of impropriety. So with that, This research demonstrates how problematic confluence between public and private sectors in the administration of labor justice in terms of integrity concerns could be transformed into a confluence solution by modifying the present compartmentalized anti-corruption strategy and complaint-driven integrity performance assessment, monitoring, and investigation to what I propose as active public service delivery. Identify disconnects in the clean administration of justice, such as vertical, horizontal, external, and developmental accountabilities are likewise hoped to be addressed by the proposed integrity monitoring model. Said proposed monitoring model is expected to imbibe on the various stakeholders the desire to hop off the train of unethical and illegal practices in the administration of labor justice instead of hopping off with impunity. Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Karaan, for the lecture. May we call on the next speaker? Our next speaker is Professor Jessica Renieses.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Renieses from De La Salle University in Manila, Philippines. So this paper was co-authored with my students. So basically, this paper or this research is situated in the context of startups in the Philippines and televised business pitches or TBPs. So startups face several challenges, and recent studies have delved deep into these issues, especially inadequate marketing, skill shortages, wrong market niche, and dwindling funds. So as a potential solution, TBPs, as mentioned by Clark, and others provide a platform where startups can articulate their ideas to prospective investors. So the benefits of joining TBPs are twofold. First, significant investments, of course, and impartation of critical business knowledge. So the Philippines has been a hotspot for startups with a staggering 156% growth in just 4 years. So this rise emphasizes the pressing need for innovative funding solutions. So in response, in the Philippines, the final pitch was launched in 2017. So the platform isn't just a straightforward pitch. There's a structured process involving initial screenings, early stage pitches, and a final pitch to the investor of the startup's choice. So given how integral TBPs have become, our curiosity lied in understanding their real-world effectiveness. So we framed our research questions around 3 pivotal questions, focusing on assessing the role of mentoring from investors in the final pitch and its impact on startups, evaluating how angel investing from the same platform affects these startups, and lastly, understanding the cumulative effect of both mentoring and investments from TBPs on startup innovation. So our review have identified that, of course, startups are vital for a nation's economy. However, their journey is influenced by personal attributes like wealth and education, which can either catalyze or hinder their trajectory. And startups often grapple with the practicalities of transforming innovative ideas into thriving businesses. These highlights the crucial need for both funding and guidance. So inspired by Smith and Vichesa's exploration of TBPs, our research on the final pitch uses first-hand data to explore the profound effects of mentoring and funding on startups. So our framework, as depicted in this figure, underscores the dual role of TBPs in providing startups with both financial backing and invaluable mentoring. Now, based on Yin's emphasis on guidance, our research was governed by 3 propositions: the versatility of TBPs as platforms, the financial relief they provide to ventures, and the empowerment they instill in entrepreneurs through mentoring, driving business advancement. Our research used qualitative, exploratory, and descriptive research design. So the uniqueness of our research stemmed from focusing on 4 tech startups that made their mark on the final pitch and monitored their trajectory 3 to 5 years after their appearance in the show. So the rationale behind this choice is the high failure rate among startups within this time frame and the challenging environment of the tech industry. So from our interview questions, we drew inspiration from several studies, and our analysis followed the procedures of Eisenhard, involving within case analysis, where we dig deep into each individual case, and cross-case pattern discernment, where we look for common threads and disparities among the cases. So to ensure our findings stand on a firm foundation, we also employed triangulation method. So this process merges insights from various sources, such as interviews with the startup founders themselves, episode assessments, where we reviewed the episodes in which these startups appeared on the final pitch, as well as their financial records. So as for our key findings, after conducting multiple interviews with the startups, we transcribed and coded the data utilizing both in vivo and deductive coding techniques. So these are some of the codes that we have derived. So these are just a sample. We generated a total of 31 codes during the analysis. Some of the key findings or key themes that emerged in the study, first, of course, is financial constraints. Many startups face financial challenges, especially at the beginning of their operations, where their startups were just merely an idea. Another theme is the role of mentorship, highlighting how startups may identify as financially stable but still in need of mentorship, such as one on managing a large team. And third is capital utilization. All participants secured funding with varied plans for its deployment. Funds were used for operations, team expansion, customer acquisition, tech advancements, and brand amplification. Another theme is the role of learning goal orientation. So all respondents had a high LGO, which means that they were all eager to increase their competence by acquiring new skills through the show. Another is their varying learning styles. They had different learning styles throughout the show. Some identified as having a preference for learning by doing, another a scientific approach, another respondent identified as being someone who learn as they go. And in terms of mentoring functions, basically there are 3 primary mentoring functions that our participants have identified having to gain from the show. First is career development. Mentors provided insights on career planning, skill development, and professional advancements of the founders themselves. Second is the role of psychological support. They played a crucial role in mentees' emotional and personal growth. These are the mentors they gain from the final pitch. And of course, the role of role modeling, where mentors inspired mentees by sharing their success stories and exemplifying resilience. One emerging theme that we didn't expect to find in this study is the role of peer mentoring as a tool. So one respondent brought up this concept, which is a learning method where participants of the same program share knowledge and insights. This is defined by first the nature of interaction between the mentor and mentees, and also the show or the final pitch structure and how it promotes peer interaction. some of the other emerging themes are entrepreneurial self-efficacy, longevity, and innovation. So all startups were observed to have impressively been operational between 4 to 8 years. So their focus isn't just technical innovation. In fact, financial backing and marketing opportunities from the show played a paramount role in their product development and overall growth. And finally, signaling theory. So the show wasn't just entertainment. It basically acted as one of the beacons, basically signaling the quality and potential of startups to potential investors. In conclusion, there are 3 points that we highlighted in this study. First, the role of financial investment. Many entrepreneurs face financial hurdles. Through TBPs or televised business pitches, our respondents secured vital funds, facilitating business setup, operations, and R&D. Second is the role of entrepreneurial mentoring. Beyond funds or the funding they gain, guidance is key. So with the high learning goal orientation, our entrepreneurs gleaned insights from the show. And while their inherent confidence was evident, mentoring mainly amplified their skills. And finally, business growth. Post-show data is promising. All businesses, the 4 businesses that participated in our study, remain operational up to now. The show's financial backing boosted technical innovation, while mentoring and networking addressed non-technical areas. So some of the insights that we can glean from this study: first, TBPs are more than just spotlight moment. They're gateways to mentorship, funding, and expansive networks. So for hopeful entrepreneurs, it's crucial to tailor pitches to the show's essence while understanding the intricacies of the agreements made. While we've illuminated the potential of TBPs, there's a vast realm left to explore, with themes like signaling and peer mentoring leading the way. And finally, for any startup eyeing this platform, remember that basically, as what our respondents have highlighted, preparation and joining the pitch is crucial before actually being part of the show. And the show's end is just the beginning of collaborations, not with the mentors of the show, but also the peers that they interacted with the show. So thank you. That is our study.
Thank you, Miss Jess. Do we have question po? Do we have question? Or we will proceed? So if we do not have question, we will proceed to the next presenter. Yes, sir. Yes, Professor Alex.
Just a quick question. The question is about if startups present during such a show, like certain content, do you really see like the value coming out of this? Or is it like sometimes if it's not convincing, that's rather a step back, you know, like if looking at the other side, what's happening then? What could be, is there any turnaround, you know, if the, let's say the presentation in front of the key judges, they deny to collaborate, yeah? What is happening then? Are they totally lost?
Not exactly. So basically, as what our participants have highlighted also, you know, there are things that the shows weren't able to show because some things were cut, right? But at the end of the day, what they really appreciate is the experience and having to be able to interact with other startup ventures and learning from their own experiences.
Thank you very much for answering that question, Ms. Jess. Let us proceed to the next speaker. Our next speaker is a college professor from Dr. Yangas College, Ms. Rosalinda A. Andres.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege today to share with you my research about e-marketing adoption among small and medium-sized enterprises in the Philippines. So this slide outlines my background. I am a marketing management graduate from Dr. Yangas Colleges Incorporated from batch 2002 and currently a full-time faculty in the same institution. Okay. My recent research endeavors include a paper that was presented at the Global Marketing Conference in Seoul, South Korea. And now I will be sharing with you specifically a research about e-marketing adoption. So in 2018, a study by Kazuo and Saleh mentioned that businesses are currently accompanied by digitalizing or a digitalized world. Sadly, SMEs are not quick to respond, and they are still at the infancy level when it comes to e-marketing adoption. Okay? And e-marketing, as we know, it represents this pivotal change in businesses, and it's sad to know that SMEs are not yet coping with this one. So more specifically, this study explores the different drivers and barriers to e-marketing adoption, guided by the study of Gilmore et al. 2007. So as outlined by Gilmore et al. 2007, there are two main reasons on why SMEs are driven to adopt e-marketing. So this includes proactive and reactive reasons. Proactive reasons includes the chance to eliminate competitive disadvantages, the opportunity to lessen marketing costs, and similarly, the opportunity to promote the company better. Reactive reasons, on the other hand, includes those factors, particularly the pressure coming from the competitors compelling these MSMEs or SMEs rather to adopt e-marketing. Okay? Sadly, there are also several barriers that prevents these SMEs from adopting e-marketing. Number one to that is the generic characteristics, particularly limited time, people, and expertise. Another one relates to implementation and maintenance issues, particularly the cost of creating and maintaining a website. And then lastly, organizational obstacles, rooting from stakeholders who are not yet familiar in doing business online or find it hard to participate on online business activities. So this slide specifically outlines the three main research questions that are addressed in the paper. Number one, what are the driving forces behind e-marketing adoption? What are the factors that hinder or access barriers to e-marketing adoption? And among the several drivers and barriers, which among them relates most to e-marketing adoption? The next slide outlines the methodology or the different elements used to conduct the research. So we employ the research philosophy of interpretivism. The research design is a qualitative exploratory research rooting from the idea of Gilmore that qualitative research is suitable into understanding or the deeper understanding of the electronic marketing practices of SMEs. The respondents are SMEs from Bulacan, and we employ purposive sampling to ensure that the respondents are really aligned, or we could really tease out the right data coming from the right participants. Okay? Local is in Bulacan as well. For the data collection, we had to conduct both personal and asynchronous email interviews, as some SMEs are still employing these protective measures given the existence of COVID-19 previously, and since most of them are really focused on their day-to-day operations, so we had to find ways on how to fit the interview to their schedules. Okay? The main instrument is interview questions guided by existing literature, and data were then analyzed using thematic analysis. Can we go back to the conclusion part? To the conclusion part, please. So the data collected from the participants revealed that both proactive and reactive reasons are significant drivers of e-marketing adoption. In this case, the participants of our study see e-marketing as a good platform for them to leverage the digital technology. Similarly, some are compelled by the pressure from their competitors. In fact, a study by Galati 2018 revealed that some SMEs do not adopt e-marketing because they see it or they see its advantages. Rather, they just are pressured from their competitors who are already adopting it. And given that they don't want to be left behind by more digitally savvy competitors, they tend to adopt the same strategy. Surprisingly, only one factor was identified as a potential barrier to e-marketing, and that relates to the generic characteristics of SMEs given their limited financial funds and the lack of employees. The cost of implementation and maintaining a website was insignificant because 9 out of 10 of the SMEs do not have their own websites. And most of them really rely on social media. Similarly, organizational obstacles was proven insignificant because the participants believe that it is imperative to adapt to technology and customers are growing more comfortable with doing online business. Notably, another crucial factor to e-marketing adoption is the COVID-19 pandemic, which not only helped the SMEs to tailor their strategies fitting to the needs of their customers, but also it is imperative to adopt e-marketing to ensure the survival of their business. And as I've mentioned earlier, 9 out of 10 SMEs do not have their websites, and their e-marketing strategies are predominantly related into posting their products, the prices of their products through social media. Now, while this strategy is obviously beneficial, we believe that there is more to e-marketing. And that's the area that we are trying to encourage these SMEs to continually adapt and not just be limited to the usual postings on social media. And that would be all. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Andres. Do we have questions before we proceed to the next speaker? Yes, sir. Can we go back to the conclusion slide?
To further give information about this, it turns out that aside from the advantages and similarly the pressure from competitors, majority of the participants revealed that when the pandemic came, their business was actually threatened. And to further align with the needs of the customers, as personally, I believe that marketing, it always starts and ends with the customer. So that's what also these participants do. They follow what the customer needs and similarly to ensure that their business continue its operations. To support the findings. So actually, even before the pandemic, it was believed that Filipinos are among the highest users of social media. And this was actually from the DTI. And this SMEs, but other Filipino businesses as well, were quick to respond, realizing that Filipinos are now going online.
Okay, thank you very much. We will proceed to the next presenter. I think we have 2 more presentation before our lunch. So let us call on again our Philippine PRC Board of Medicine, Dr. Eleanor Almoro, for her second paper.
This is the one or when an injury happens during or as a result of a medical intervention or surgical procedure, whether it is as simple as severe pain, rashes, deformity, retained instrument, or even resulting to death, the patient or their relatives can be redressed in court or in a quasi-judicial court. Cases filed against physician can either be criminal, civil, or administrative. These complaints are distinct and independent of one another and are available to an offended party against any impropriety or wrongdoing committed by a physician. To differentiate from criminal and civil cases, administrative cases are filed in the Professional Regulation Commission, requiring only substantial evidence, with penalty ranging from reprimand, suspension, or revocation of license to practice medicine in the Philippines. This is a retrospective descriptive study of the administrative cases filed against physicians covering the period of 1967 to May 2018. The types of administrative cases that can be filed against physicians can either be medical negligence or incompetence, unprofessional conduct or dishonorable conduct, or immorality. From 1967, there are 12,941 administrative cases filed in PRC covering the 44 professions. 20.8% of these cases are filed against a total of 3,444 physicians, where the number one is teachers. Yes. If you look at the distribution of cases per decade, the number of cases filed against physicians has been consistently increasing throughout the decades, except a little during the 90s. If you look at the total number of cases filed, 47.4% was because of unprofessional conduct, followed closely by medical negligence at 44% and immorality at 8%. However, if we look closely at the administrative cases before and after the millennium, before the millennium, in a span of 32 years, 1,058 cases have been filed. 61% is because of unprofessional conduct. 28% is secondary to negligence, while only 11 is because of immorality. But from 2000 to 2018, after the millennium, with a span of only 18 years, more cases has been filed at 1,610. Majority of the reason for filing is now because of negligence, followed by unprofessional conduct. And it can be appreciated that cases of immorality went down to 6%. And if you look even closer in the last 3 years, there were 340 cases filed. Majority of the cases now, in the last 3 years, 2015 to 2018, 60% is because of a doctor's alleged negligence, while only 36% of the cases is due to unprofessional conduct. Again, evident, cases of morality went down to 4%. Over the years, more cases of negligence has been filed. Whether this is because of the changing landscape of medical practice or because patients are more cognizant of their right, because of patients' easy access to information, or just because the medical practice is becoming more litigious, remains to be the subject of future research. In terms of resolution, 80.9% of the cases has been resolved by the Board of Medicine. Out of the 944 cases of negligence, only 4.4% has been decided in favor of the complainant. 95% has been dismissed. Out of the 1,044 decided cases of unprofessional conduct, 7.3% has been decided in favor of the complainant. Out of the 187 cases of immorality, 25% has been decided in favor of the complainant. A decision of guilty or an outcome in favor of the complainant is highest among immorality cases at 25%, followed by unprofessional conduct, and lastly by medical negligence cases. It can be inferred that it is more difficult to prosecute a physician for negligence than unprofessional conduct, and it is easiest to convict a patient for acts of immorality. As part of due process, the decision of the Board of Medicine can be appealed to the Commission, then to the Court of Appeals, then to the Supreme Court. Now, how could a physician avoid such dire circumstances? For medical negligence, so how to stay away from PRC. So for medical negligence, develop competence through education, training, and continuing education. Do not perform procedures not within the sphere of your competence. Practice excellent bedside manners and effective communication skills. Keeping up to date and be aware of new relevant developments in the management of diseases. Always be aware and be guided by the standard of care in patient management, and be updated with good clinical practice guidelines and manage patients based on evidences. To avoid being charged of unprofessional or dishonorable conduct, follow local and national laws that affects you as citizens of the Philippines and laws that affects you as a physician. Follow the Code of Ethics of the Philippine Medical Association and be aware of the policies of Philippine Health Insurance, PhilHealth. To avoid being charged with immorality is simple. Conduct yourself in a respectable manner and respectable member of the community. After medical school, the Board of Medicine performs an oversight function to regulate the physician's action and behavior. Even if the administrative cases only involve 2.4% of all registered physicians, the trend is alarmingly increasing throughout the years and highest ever in the preceding decade. And this is happening despite the fact that medical schools in the Philippines have complied with accreditation standards, have adopted curriculum changes according to the needs of the times, and despite the inclusions of bioethics in the medical program. The authors encourage efforts from all sectors, meaning the medical schools, training institution, hospital, mentors, and professional organizations to address this issue with the goal of lowering the risk of administrative and medico-legal liabilities among physicians. In the end, medical education cannot be oversimplified. It is not only important to instill competency and skills among physicians, but play a pivotal role in reinforcing both ethical values and legal awareness as well. Thank you, and I think it's good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Almoro. So that is very it's an eye-opener, no? Very good. Thank you. So we will proceed to the last presenter for this technical session 1. So it will depend on this person if we will eat lunch or not. Okay. Our next presenter and the last presenter for session 1 is Mr. Janus Simbilio, a professor from De La Salle University.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. So it is up to me, as mentioned by Dr. Wilson, if we will have a lunch break or not. So, so I'll do my best to make the my presentation faster. No. So for today, I'm very honored to present to you our our work in terms of measuring the intention of the non-business undergraduate students to enroll in taxation courses. So by the way, I'm Janus R. Simbilio, one of the faculty members of De La Salle University. And with me, with my co-authors, we have Ms. Stephanie Herona and also Dr. Wilson Cordova, okay, from De La Salle University as well. So let me... Okay, so this is my my academic profile. So I'm from the Department of Accountancy from De La Salle University and currently a PhD in business student at the same institution. Okay, so I am also a licensed certified public accountant in the Philippines. Okay, So moving on with the abstract of the study. So basically, our study focuses on aiming to measuring how does the non-business students will be abide or will be interested on taking taxation courses, because there is actually a House bill that is proposed by the Congress of the Philippines in June 2022, in which it is an objective to enrich tax education in the Philippines and to have a better tax compliance for those future professionals to have better tax compliance in the Philippines. Okay, so it explores the opportunity for us to offer tax courses, even those for the non-business students. Okay. So to introduce to you the study, of course, there are a lot of changes that is happening, especially with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is highlighted by OECD last 2021. And in the Philippines setting, we have introduced a lot of tax reforms, which comes into 4 major phases. So we have here the 4 major phases here. Of course, the first one was introduced in 2018, which is the tax reform for acceleration and inclusion law, which focuses on the individual taxation, or rather individual income tax. And then for the second package, we have the comprehensive recovery and tax incentive for enterprises, which focuses more on the corporate income tax and the business and other related tax laws, okay, which was commenced in April 2021. But we still have 2 pending packages that are yet to be approved or yet to be enacted by our government, which is the third one, which is the real property valuation reform under House Bill number 4664. It is still pending in the Congress since November 2019. And for the package 4, we have the Passive Income and Financial Intermediary Taxation Act, which focuses more on taxation on the different investment accounts. So it is still yet to be moving forward since September 2019. Okay? So, sorry. So I have moved too much. So in the context of these ongoing tax reforms that we have in our country, it is poised to become, for the tax compliance to become more challenging to the taxpayers, as highlighted, as emphasized also by the study of Saragi and Aswar in 2020, which has a significant impact of understanding further the different tax regulations on taxpayer compliance. Since, of course, the more tax regulations that we have, it is, as they have highlighted, it is more imperative that we need to understand those tax laws. So, taxpayer education plays a pivotal role in increasing individuals and the business voluntary compliance with tax obligations. And it assumes a critical role in mobilizing urgently needed tax revenues to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, as already highlighted by OECD last 2021. Okay? So the research questions that was formulated in the paper was connected to the House Bill number 76, which is still ongoing, which is still pending in the Congress, wherein the objective of this particular House Bill is to enhance tax collection efficiency. So basically, this is a way of the government to enforce tax education, not just coming from the collegiate students, but also from the elementary to secondary educations. So it is still pending since July 26, 2022 in the House of Representatives. Okay? So there are 4 questions that we have raised here. Okay, so number 1, what are the non-business undergraduate students' level of interest in learning taxation, level of perceived need in learning taxation, and the level of perceived ease in learning the same course. And then the second one, what is the effect, or will that level of interest have a significant effect to their intention to enroll tax courses. Third is focuses on the level of the perceived need of those students for them to enroll taxation courses. And the last one will be if their perceived ease of learning taxation will have an effect to their intention of enrolling taxation courses. So this is the conceptual framework that we have made, okay, which is based on the literatures that we have gathered. And the adapted framework that we have used here is a theory of planned behavior, which attempts to explain and predict human behavior based on their individual beliefs, attitudes, intention, and perceived behavior control. So that's why we have formulated these three variables for us to know what is the effect of these three variables to our dependent variable, which is the intention of enrolling those taxation courses. So that is why we have formulated three hypotheses here. So the first one, of course, the first alternative hypothesis will be if there is a significant effect to the students' interest in learning taxation. And then the second hypothesis focuses on perceived need. And the third one focuses on the perceived ease of learning the taxation courses. Okay? So these are the sample size that we have computed here. It is based on the population size of the total collegiate students in the Philippines as of AY 2021 to 2022, because the data for 2022 to 2023 are not yet available at that time. So we have the total sample size of 385 students. And with that 385 students, fortunately, we were able to gather more than what is targeted. So we have gathered around the valid respondents of 518 students, in which we will have the response rate of 134.55%. Okay? So the methodology that we have used here is, in terms of the gathering the data, is through the form of the survey method, which is through the Google Forms, and we have used also Likert scale on this. And the statistical techniques or methodologies that we have used here is the central tendency, in which we wanted to calculate the average responses per demographic profile. And the second one is the linear regression to elucidate the connections between the mentioned variables in terms of the effect of the three variables that I mentioned to their intention on enrolling the taxation courses. Okay? So, in conclusion, okay, I have I have skipped. Okay, I'm just taking it slow. Okay. All right. So in conclusion, as per our statistical methodology that we have used on the study, in terms of the significant effect to the students' interest of learning taxation, it has a significant effect to their interest on learning taxation courses. And the second one is in terms of the perceived need, it has also a significant effect to the students' interest in learning taxation courses. The study recommends the introduction of a comprehensive tax education course that can be followed by the higher educational institutions to improve tax literacy among non-business undergraduate students, including also to our recommendations is having a panel discussion between the stakeholders, okay? The stakeholders in terms of the government, and also another one will be coming from the corporate or the representatives of the corporate or the corporations or the professional organizations as well. Okay? So here is the demographic profile as a manner of appendix. So yeah, you can see here the breakdowns of each of those demographic profiles, and also the summary of the responses that we have per demographic profile here. Okay, so you can see here the scores in which it highlighted that most of the familiarity is not, they are not much familiar with the taxation courses, which is already given, but their interest on learning the taxation courses are very high, are quite high. Okay, in terms of the perceived need, Okay? They recognize the need to learn taxation courses because they deem that it will be useful for their future careers, okay? And in terms of the tax compliance. And of course, they understand also that it is not easy to learn taxation, as you can see here in the scores that they have generated here. But in terms of the interest in learning taxation, they also have a quite high interest in enrolling the said course. Okay? So you can see here per degree program and also the status of enrollment. Okay? So I can show you here the regression that we have made. So in terms of the variables, okay, it can tell us that the null hypothesis here are significant, has a significant effect. Okay. Next portion. So you can see here in per variable basis in the coefficient computation here, in terms of the interest in learning taxation, it has a significant effect. In terms of connecting it with their interest of enrolling the taxation courses. And in terms of the perceived need, there is a significant effect also. But in terms of the perceived ease in learning taxation, it has a different story. It does not have a significant effect. Okay? So thank you very much for listening. We will have our lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simbilio. That ends our session this morning for the management part. So we will have a break for lunch and let us... Okay. So let us have lunch. Can I have an Emmy up in here? Emmy.
Hello? Hello, ho, ho.
Not working? The pointer, the one. Okay, we will start now. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My research study focuses on the regular teacher's readiness to manage learners with special need, a basis for proposing a training program. But before we go on to my presentation, I would like to introduce first myself. I am Maria Cecilia Arnicola, a licensed professional teacher in the Philippines and a principal at Edge Learning Center Incorporated. At the same time, I'm currently a PhD student at St. Joseph College of Quezon City. And my co-author will be Gladyrene Garcia, also a licensed professional teacher, an instructor at Bulacan State University. And same as me, as a PhD student at St. Joseph College of Quezon City. And of course, my collaborator, our professor, Dr. Wilson Cordova, which is a social professor lecturer of the De La Salle University, St. Joseph College of Quezon City, and San Beda University. Before we go on to my presentation, I would like to have the introductions about special educations for the informations of everybody. Special education has championed the cause of children with learning problems. Advocate every child as a unit of potentials, abilities, and learning needs, for whom educational must be designed to meet their needs. Inclusion of special education students in the general education environment is a strategy that facilitates academic progress, socialization, which is vital to their personal growth, and learning social skills that will be useful in the workforce. Special education programs also teach appropriate behavior that is acceptable by society and provide special instructions in different settings. So this study aimed to propose a program to equip teachers to manage learners with special needs in regular class. To design the program, the researcher determined that readiness of regular teachers in terms of their attitudes, knowledge, and skills. In this study, faculty were given a survey questionnaire regarding their concern towards handling learners with special needs in a regular class. So teachers were also randomly selected to participate in a short interview. Sorry. Okay. Okay, to address this
concern, is it the second one? I just clicked it. Okay, I think this is the one. The result from this study revealed that teachers had ambivalent attitudes towards including learners with special needs in a regular class. So teachers also revealed that they could tell if learners had a disability or not. However, teachers could not identify the exact disorder or disability that the learners manifested, and they used differentiated activity to cater varying learning styles. Actually, in the Philippines, this is one of the major problem of the teachers encountered, actually. How to handle this kind of children in class, in the regular class. To address this concern, a proposed training program was designed to prepare teachers to handle learners with special needs. So it is recommended that the proposed training program be implemented so that the regular teachers will be equipped to teach in an inclusive setting. So school administrators are enjoined to provide support, such as allowing their faculty to develop professionally through continuous participation in training and seminars on inclusive education, or enrollment in graduate school studies majoring in special education. So most importantly, similar research are warranted to focus on the readiness of the teachers towards inclusive educations or in handling children with special needs with a wider scope and an in-depth study. In the Philippines, there are a number of private schools and public schools offering service for children with special needs. For the informations, there are the schools for orthopedic for the crippled children. There are also schools for the deaf. We have school for the blind, and of course, the science high schools in the Philippines, there is for the gifted and talented students. Aside from that, there are also laws and policies that respect and promote equality for all children in terms of their educations. There are two laws which includes for this child with special needs. There is the Republic Act 11650, which is an act instituting a policy of inclusions and services for learners with disabilities in support of their inclusive education, which is signed to a law. And also the other one, which is the Republic Act number 10524, which is an act expanding the positions reserved for persons with disability, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 727, as amended, otherwise known as the Magna Carta, for the childs with persons with disability. Well, the government established organized and special education class in selected private schools to give opportunities for learners with special needs. There are essential factors that should be given attention to optimally address the needs of all children will be catered. So these three words will be supposed to be needs for the teachers who handling child with special needs: the attitudes, the knowledge, and of course the skills. In methodology, the research design, this study made use of the descriptive research designed to collect data on the teacher's profile and common exceptionalities and strategies employed in teaching these children selected in private school. And the local of the study will be 3 private schools in Santa Maria, Bulacan. For the information, Santa Maria, Bulacan is located in the northern part of the Philippines. And Santa Maria is one of the famous towns in Bulacan. And for the respondents, the researchers considered all the teachers in the 3 private schools with a total of adopted from the study of the AMERE teachers' attitudes towards the inclusion of children with special educational needs in Jordanian ordinary schools. And the data gathering procedure, all data gathered through the instruments were tallied, tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted accordingly. And for the conclusion of the research, based on the summary of the investigation conducted, it is concluded that the respondents are mostly female. Only few has a unit of major in special education. And the respondents have ambivalent attitudes towards managing learners with special needs in a regular classrooms. And the third one, the respondents can be knowledgeable with the characteristics, behavior, and skills of learners with special needs in regular classroom. And the respondents have lack of skills in accommodating learners with special needs in regular classrooms. And for the recommendation, based on the findings and conclusion, the researchers recommends the following. So the school may fully support faculty professional development like continuous participation in training and seminars on inclusive education. And teachers should have positive attitudes in managing learners with special needs. And the teacher should be knowledgeable about the characteristic of managing learners with special needs inside a regular classroom. And the proposed program, of course, should be employed to enhance teachers' attitudes, knowledge, and skills in managing learners with special needs. And the last one, of course, similar research may be conducted focusing on the readiness of the teachers towards inclusive education or managing learners with special needs in a regular classroom with a wider scope in an in-depth study. This is the reason why I put this one research is, in my place, most of the children will pull out in the regular class. That's the reason why I put up my own school, just to help this kind of children. So this is my reference, it's the end of my research, and thank you for listening.
Cecilia, and now I will give opportunity to pound for to Miss Cecilia. Any question? One question? No? Yeah. If no question, we are going to the second presenter. I will invite you, Miss Rahel Reyes.
The next presenter is Miss Rachel Reyes Ratadjik.
Okay, before I will proceed to my research, I would like to acknowledge first our directress, Sister Minda, and my collaborator. It is my pride and honor to be part of this event with the help of our collaborator, Ms. Dr. Wilson Cordoba, and also with my fellow classmates here. Okay, to this afternoon, I would like to discuss about the comparative study on the adaptations of cooperative learning methods through innovating indigenous learning materials for learners with developmental delay. But before I will proceed, let me introduce myself. I am a home-based special education teacher. I'm also a therapist with children with special needs. And also, during the 2 years of pandemic, it is my role to bring the learning to my students through home base. So I travel every day to teach my students inside their home because the researchers believe that learning knows no boundaries. So that's why this study came up because of the pandemic and the needs of my students to meet their needs during the pandemic. So the abstract, the Inclusive Education Act, also known as the Republic Act 11560, was enacted in 2022. All public and private basic educational institutions and inclusive learning resources centers, formerly the special education centers, are given a period of not more than 5 years from the effective date of RA 11560 to comply with the provisions and requirements of the law, which mandates that the school nationwide ensure inclusive education for students with disabilities. As we all know, our government right now recognizes the students with inclusions. And this research study conducts a comparative investigations of the innovative integrations of indigenous learning materials into cooperative methods. For students who have developmental delays, the study intends to investigate how cooperative learning practices, when combined with indigenous resources, can improve the learning experiences and outcome of these learners, considering the distinct obstacles these demographic faces in the educational context. As we all know, children with special needs, one of the triad impairments or the characteristics of the children with special needs is their socialization. And also, with this, we conducted 26 SPED teachers and 16 school administrators. The results revealed that the proposed materials satisfied the needs of accessibility, acceptability, and suitability. The learning materials were integrated to cooperative learning, wherein the 10 learners with developmental delays, and this method employing one group pretest and posted design was utilized. So after the intervention, the self-esteem in relation to performance and social interaction dramatically improved. So after this conduct experiment, the teachers noticed the socializations of the schools, the socialization of the students was greatly, highly evident. So it is recommended that the cooperative learning method with the use of the indigenous material will be disseminated to educators handling learning with special needs. And also, these indigenous materials are very practical and economic on the part of the students and also on the part of the parents. Okay? And then, here are the proposed materials. The puzzle square, so made of recycled eco bags, bamboo sticks, Velcro, and laminated, can be used for reading and mathematics. As you can see here, this is only from recycled materials, which means the children with special needs can collaborate with their parents to make these kind of materials so that the continuity of the education inside their home are also continues with their practices, not only the teachers as well as the parents. And the recyclable cards made of recycled boards, plastic envelopes, printed materials, and banig, these are good for games, writing, reading, or math. Children with special needs are all visual. So this is very important for them to use these kinds of materials to meet their learning styles. And also, these colored cubes, big cubes made of banig, recycled board, plastic packets, and printed materials advisable for reading and mathematics. As you can see, here are the colored materials, which is very, very effective for children with special needs because of this color and also through the means of play. Bilao roulette, a wheel made of bilao, bamboo, printed materials, and laminated, good for all subjects, but specifically reading and math. So bayong, miniature like bayong made of recycled eco bag, Velcro, banig, paper clips, bamboo sticks, and printed materials. With all of these materials, the researchers believe that using recyclable materials is very practical and economic. If the teachers and the parents will collaborate, they can make use out of these kinds of materials. So these are the SPED teachers and supervisor assessing and evaluating these indigenous materials. So conclusion, with all of these 5 materials that we propose, we believe that learning materials can be sourced from the indigenous recyclable materials and developed into puzzle squares, reusable cards, color cubes, bilao roulette, and bayong is very helpful for children with special needs. And also, these proposed indigenous learning materials are very powerful. Through this kind of materials, the students learn how to develop their self-esteem and improve their socialization skills. And Before the employment of cooperative learning method with the integrations of indigenous learning materials, the participants have neither high nor low esteem in performance. Additionally, they exhibited low esteem in the social aspect. So after this experiment, the researchers found out that through cooperative learning with the integrations of the indigenous learning materials, the self-esteem, the adaptive skills are really improved. The cooperative learning method with the integration of these materials was effective in increasing the self-esteem of the participant relative to performance and social aspect. So the researchers recommend that after finding of this study be disseminated to educators because this is very practical and economic. If the teachers and the parents, the stakeholders will collaborate, this is very easy for them because there is no need for you to spend a lot. There are a lot of recyclable materials that can be used to meet the learning styles of the students. And as we all know, children with special needs, there should be a continuity. Not only the therapists, not only the teachers, but also there is a major part in the part of the parents. So if these kind of materials, if the parents will learn how to produce these kinds of materials, there will be a collaboration inside the home and the continuity of the lessons. So the cooperative learning method with the integrations of these materials will boost their self-esteem too. Okay? And also, the active participation engagement of parents of children. As I mentioned before, collaboration is very important. This is a teamwork. Teachers, parents, student, and school has the major part and impact to make the child life more effective and to make them more functional. So thank you very much and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. And the next presenter is Miss Camila. Any question? Yeah.
Yes, I'm very happy to hear you. What is your question, sir? Yes. On my part, as a home-based school teacher, I train my parents, the nanny of my students. We make this kind of recyclable materials in order for them to learn how to make these materials. So after my session, 1 hour session, they can continue or they have the continuity of the lesson. And also, with my colleagues, I try to train them to make these kinds of reusable materials in order for them to use inside the classroom setup. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir. I do believe that are you referring for the assistive technology, right? Okay. So in that kind of materials, we as a SPED teacher, we are trained to make that kind of assistive technology if the students is fit on that kind of materials or technology. Different children with special needs has different learning styles. Example, one can be a tactile, one can be auditory, one can be a visual learner. If the student is not applicable for that assistive technology, it doesn't make any sense, right? So, this kind of materials is depend on the level, ability, and the level performance task of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Thank you very much. So we will proceed to the next speaker. The next speaker is Miss Camila Arellano.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Miss Camila Cassandra Arellano. I am currently the principal of Montessori de San Juan, a school that is fully inclusive for children with special needs and for typically developing minds. So for children that are quote unquote normal and children who have special learning needs. Sorry, what do I press? There you go. So this study is co-authored by Mr. Von Eric Dumagtoy, my colleague, and Dr. Wilson Cardova, who is our teacher as a PhD student currently. So, oh, sorry. There you go. So the shift from school to the professional world presents significant hurdles for individuals with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD. Special education teachers and school counselors who possess a deep understanding of the difficulties these students encounter as they adapt to the workplace can empower themselves to become advocates for this demographic. This study sheds light on the obstacles that these students confront, aiming to bridge the informational void regarding their career development journey. This study primarily is aimed to find the difference in the level of functioning in pizza making program. We chose pizza making because it is a very clear-cut activity that the kids can learn a lot of skills doing so. It is not only for pizza making, you can actually apply this in many other activities through our job readiness program. In the recent implementation of the K-12 curriculum in the Philippines, children with special needs are given programs that will equip them to be ready and able to be productive members of our society. Children with special needs have limitations when doing tasks, but they can be taught, trained, and equipped with skills to perform many tasks, of course, with the help of and interventions of the correct professionals. One of the biggest fears of parents whose children have special needs is to leave them behind helpless and dependent on others. In the Philippines, the government will not take on that responsibility. So parents with children with special needs have these concerns right on top of the list. That if anything happens to them, what will become of my child? Who will take care of my child? So what we want to do, or our aim is, to be able to equip these children with age-appropriate skills so that they may eventually be employed. That is why our program provides training for special education job readiness by establishing a curriculum for older students and is now being more highly sought after. Okay. So this is pretty self-explanatory, but I'm just going to give you a background. The study used quasi-experimental method of research because the objective is to evaluate interventions and to identify the cognitive, functional, behavioral, and acquisition skills of daily life. The study also determined if there was a significant change among the mentioned skills prior to and after the implementation of the program. Okay. So these are the skills needed for the job readiness program. So generally, we have the cognitive skills, the behavioral skills, the functional skills, and the daily life skills. For the cognitive skills, these refers to the ability of the learners to understand concepts, reason, think, and pay attention. We may take this for granted for those that are not or who do not work with individuals who have special needs, but all these little things that we take for granted actually have to be taught of by SPED teachers or special education teachers so that they can be taught and trained, because it is not innate in them. So behavioral skills, this refers to the persistence shown by the learners towards their work, their behavior in interacting with others, and their ability to set the goals for themselves while displaying proper and expected behavior. Functional skills, this refers to the ability of the learners to follow instructions, comprehend, and operate confidently and independently in life and work. Daily life skills refers to the ability of the learners to be on top of their appearance, their hygiene and cleanliness in the work area, awareness of safety protocols, manners, and organizational skills. Okay, so in conclusion, there was a significant difference in the pre-test and post-test considering the following skills, as I mentioned earlier, cognitive, functional, behavioral, and daily living. These indicates that utilizing the program and giving more constant exposure helps the learner with special educational needs with a higher level of understanding and functioning using the skills needed in order to have a successful transition to the next level in obtaining and maintaining integrated, inclusive, and successful employment. In this particular program, the Enhanced Job Readiness and Work Placement Program is taught in the senior high school students in our school. Senior high school students are kids that are about 17 to 18 years old. So getting them ready, in the Philippines, you can only legally work at 18. So children who are employed that are younger than 18 is illegal. So they have to be educated and prepared at least until they are 18. Now, most kids go to college, not most, a lot of kids go to college, but of course kids with special learning needs, only a small number of them actually go to college. So this is a program made for children with special needs who will probably not pass an entrance test to any university because of their level of intelligence or maybe because of their behavior. So there are a lot of factors. So the food service, retail, clerical, and work ethics, this is basically the heart of our program. The food service performs a wide range of duties involved with preparing and or serving food and beverages in one or more of a variety of food service environments. Retail, it involves interacting with people to provide excellent customer service and information about products and services. Clerical, handling basic office duties like answering phone calls, sorting and filing documents, scheduling appointments, and maintaining office records. Work ethics, designed to help students develop a sound work ethic and positive attitude in the workplace. Students will learn how to be productive employees, handle difficult situations, and maintain a professional image. The job readiness program for children with special needs is specifically designed to prepare individuals for the workforce by developing essential skills and work behaviors. Tailored to the unique need of the participants, the program offers comprehensive training in various vocational areas. The training takes place in a controlled environment centered around tasks like food preparation, office work, housekeeping, assistant teaching, materials handling, handicrafts, and entrepreneurship. A distinguishing feature of the program is the opportunity for students to gain practical experience through supervised placements in partner establishments. Under the guidance of skilled job coaches, participants receive external assignments where they can apply their skills in real work settings. By participating in the job readiness program, children with special needs can acquire the confidence, skills, and knowledge necessary for successful employment appropriate to their abilities and interests. This comprehensive training serves as a stepping stone, enhancing their preparedness for future career opportunities and fostering their independence in the workplace, ultimately to become productive citizens of our society. So some examples would be for food services. Some of the things that we teach them or some of the things that we do is folding napkins, sorting utensils, kitchen safety, handling of equipment, and basic cooking skills. These are just a few examples of our activities. Retail would be matching pairs of shoes, identifying and sorting sizes, colors, and types, which is usually season-based if it's clothing, because they have to be able to identify summer, spring, fall, and winter clothes, and they should be able to sort that out. Part of it would be hanging, folding, steaming, and simple inventory. So for clerical, some examples would be stuffing and sealing envelopes, stapling, filing simple alphabetization, basic computer skills like typing, printing, and photocopying. Phone call and email etiquette is also taught, and filling out forms. For work ethics, establishing routine and rules over and over again. Appropriate fashion in the workplace, polite language, and sensitivities when communicating with coworkers and clients. So again, our title, which I forgot to mention earlier, is the Job Readiness and Work Placement Program for Learners with Special Needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Camila. And now, any question for Ms. Camila? No question?
Any questions?
Yeah. Okay. Pak Sofan, silakan.
Why do you say it is semi experiment? Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, you said this research is semi quasi experiment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Oh, it really just means that we want to measure the differences, and if there is a result, I mean, if there's a difference between if we do something and if we don't. So like in this case, the intervention is the program itself.
Experiment, through experiment.
I think it's a terminology. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Camila.
Yeah.
Do we have any other question before we proceed to the next speaker? So if there's no question, we will proceed to the next speaker. The next speaker is an Assistant Dean for External Affairs and Lasallian Mission from De La Salle University, Dr. Ruth Angeli Cruz.
So good afternoon, everyone. This paper is about exploring the Philippine Internet Plus Rural Economy. It's a case study using the Rural E-commerce platform published by the Asian Development Bank in 2018. So before I start, these are my co-authors. They can't be here today, but they're my students in De La Salle University. So the paper focused on the emergence of farm-to-table businesses in the Philippines, especially at the during the height of the pandemic. To discuss, first, in 2018, agricultural exports in the Philippines is at $6 billion, while it's neighbors are at 15 to 30 billion dollars. It's a shame given that in the 1960s, the Philippines started, the International Rice Research Institute was built in the Philippines to actually help the region boost the agriculture industry. Following this, we had these types of news in the Philippines in 2019 and in 2020. And having our farmers and fishermen among the lowest paid in the Philippines. So the Philippines is running out of farmers with their average age being 57 years old in 2015. So only now they're 8 years older. And with the young not being interested in getting into agriculture because of the state of the life of our farmers, we have a crisis now in terms of our agricultural industry. And recently, the Philippines overtook China as the world's top rice importer this year. And that's a big question mark because the Philippines declares itself as an agricultural country. So for this paper, our paper focuses on the farm-to-table businesses. We call them the agripreneurs who tried to build their own business model, eliminating the middlemen to contribute to the development of rural e-commerce in the Philippines. So we focus on building a business platform model for rural e-commerce. So this is the platform that we adopted from the study of the Asian Development Bank based on the Internet plus rural economy in China. Given China's more developed rural economy related to the internet, we just adopted the middle part of their model. It's focusing on these factors, the essence, the core value, the typical application, which focuses on the digitalization, the digital applications or the social media being used and incorporated with agriculture, service relationship, and service content. So for our study, we had 4 willing participants. These are startups. They're called Bukid Fresh, Session Groceries, Go Farms, and Go Harvest. So their criteria is they have e-commerce platforms that they built themselves, ranging from websites, Facebook, Instagram accounts. They deliver around Metro Manila and neighboring areas. They source their products around areas in Luzon, the main island in the Philippines. And we interviewed mostly the co-founders because they're very small businesses. Okay. There. So our cross-case analysis summary showed that for the essence, all of these farmers incorporate their being educated. So all of them are college graduates with the drive to help farmers because of the current issue in the Philippines. They mix their interest in business and social entrepreneurship. This business's core value live on ranging from having a social enterprise, having an advocacy, addressing community needs, especially during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, where we had news of farmers not being able to bring their produce in Manila, while Manila experiencing high prices for produce, and in the countryside, farmers having to throw away their trucks of vegetables because of farm gate prices are too low. And it's more expensive for them to bring their trucks, their crates, to the middlemen compared to just throwing it by the countryside. So the typical application for the businesses included are social media, so Facebook. This business started with mostly Facebook, and then Instagram to be able to sell the products online. So deliveries boomed during the height of the pandemic in the Philippines, everyone was forced to go online, so people were more willing to buy products that they do not see, whereas normally people would like to see the products that they buy. In terms of service relationship, the companies all agreed that they had to build a relationship with the farmers, not being related to anybody and not personally related to the farmers that they reached out to. They had to build a relationship with them to gain their trust and promise them that they will be able to offer higher than farm gate prices and will be able to bring the products to Manila compared to the type of business model being offered to them by the traditional middlemen. For service content, the farmers are not very adept with using social media. It was the offer of the entrepreneurs, the e-agripreneurs, that they will be the one to sell and connect their businesses to social media to people in Manila. So the farmers were mostly just giving the supply, and the e-agripreneurs are the ones handling all the social media, all the digital content for them. In terms of farmers development, it was too early in our research, and the business men and women are still at the early part of their endeavor to actually offer the farmers a longer term development in terms of their harvest and in terms of their livelihood. But they all agreed that the partnership and partnerships like this should go beyond a buy and sell culture, and that the Philippine farmers need more development to be able to modernize their current technology. And lastly, for support for the agricultural industry, of course, we did not include the government in our study, but the solution from the private sector is, of course, just a band-aid solution as compared to having a more sustainable solution from the government side. Oh my gosh. There. So in terms of building our model, the one on the left is the original model from the Asian Development Bank. This is a business model for more developed e-agriculture system. As for the Philippines, during the study with the data we have, we are still currently at the beginning of incorporating social media and digitization in terms of selling and reaching out to farmers and developing a rural e-commerce platform. Again, we have Essence, wherein the motivation of the entrepreneurs are more about their personal experiences and advocacies. Their core value is the values that the agripreneurs dictate the direction and the focus of their business. The application being social media, service relationship, building partnerships with the farmers, and service content is in terms of expansion of market access. So this paper aims to build a model that I presented and aspires to model a business framework for those who would want to start their own e-agribusiness to bridge what is currently lacking in the Philippine agricultural economy. To summarize, in our study, it was evident that there's an important to cultivating mutually beneficial relationships in terms of the stakeholders of agriculture. Currently, we are facing more problems in our agricultural industry, and getting more people involved, getting the young interested in agriculture is really important for us, and eliminating the middlemen through the use of digital social media or websites is really useful in terms of not just bringing products directly to Manila, but also giving more awareness to how products and to the lives of the farmers in Manila. Lastly, so that is the summary of our research. Gulay is a vegetable in Manila, so that's our witty title. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Miss Dr. Ruth Angeli. Any question for Dr. Ruth? No question? Okay. If no question for Dr. Ruth, thank you, Dr. Ruth. And
Thank you, Dr. Ruth. We will listen to the next speaker. The next speaker is my boss in my department in DLSU. He is an assistant professor, Dr. Manuel R. Tanpoco.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. I'm here to present our study on characterizing leadership support for business analytics success. It's a descriptive exploratory study in the Philippine manufacturing industry. My co-author is my advisor, Dr. Remedios Magnaye. I'm currently doing my second doctorate, now they know, at the Lyceum of the Philippines University, Batangas. Yeah, but I'm affiliated also with the De La Salle University. So this is me a few years ago. So I'm with De La Salle University's Department of Decision Sciences and Innovation. I teach mostly quantitative business courses. My background is in math, English, business administration, and educational management. And I'm a teacher by profession. I'll skip the abstract. Okay, so what is this paper about? Now, business analytics has become a trend among multinational companies for the past 2 decades. It started in the early 2000s where big companies started adopting data-driven decision-making. And there have been many success stories. We take the story of FedEx, for example. Well, everybody knows about FedEx. It's a big logistics company. And they said that they were able to reduce cost and have more savings in their operations thanks to business analytics. There's also American Express who made use of business analytics in profiling their customers. There's also Walmart. I think everybody would have heard of the stories about how smart Walmart actually place their product items in the shelves. So they differentiate their products based on the data coming from consumers, like which sells more to the consumers, which are more attractive, or which entice consumers when they see it eye level or below eye level. Then, of course, there's also Delta Airlines, and I'm sorry, Amazon. During the first few years of operations of Amazon, so it's getting a lot of orders. It's not earning profit. No. So it was only after a few years when they started investing on analytics in their operations that Amazon started to earn profits. In fact, it was just very recent that they started gaining momentum in terms of profit making. Now, SMEs are now following this, recognizing the importance of data-driven decision making. And now more than ever, analytics in the workplace is being promoted even in small and medium enterprises. So, according to literature, business analytics has a lot of impacts or effects on the business. Number one, it provides inputs for market generation and expansion, reduce the risk faced by the company in its operation, lowers the cost, especially in terms of the supply chain and logistics. It also grows revenue and profit, retains more customers, improve recruitment and productivity, drives innovation, and widens competitive advantage in general. So with these positive impacts of business analytics, literature on BA has focused on the impact of business analytics on profitability and productivity. So if you look at literature now, there are a lot of studies on how business analytics can be effective to the workplace. But drivers of business analytics use have not been explored enough and are usually limited to leadership style as a change agent of implementing BA programs. Now, there's a gap in literature on how leadership support, not leadership style, drives business analytics success. So often when we hear leadership support, we think of just money. In this excerpt of our study, this is part of a bigger study, we wanted to characterize, itemize what types of leadership support are really needed by employees in an organization to successfully implement business analytics programs. So, to implement, why is it there? Okay, so what we did is we employed a descriptive exploratory research design using 6 manufacturing companies. There's also data triangulation. So we did 6 semi-structured interviews with top managers who are non-owners of the manufacturing companies or non-shareholders of the manufacturing companies. And then 6 focus group discussions involving employees and middle managers. And Likert type questionnaire distributed to employees and some managers of the organization, of the 6 manufacturing companies. Now, for the analysis, we did the case study method for the semi-structured interviews and focus group discussions and correlation analysis for the Likert type questionnaire. Then afterwards, we did pattern matching of the results. So we posit that leadership support will actually have an impact on business analytics success. But what we wanted for this particular study would be to identify these leadership support. What are these leadership support needed to implement a business analytics program, especially in manufacturing industry. So after the semi-structured interviews and the focus group discussions, we came up with 3 major themes. Number 1 is resource allocation. So both for both cases, remember the semi-structured interviews comprise of the top managers and the focus group discussions of employees and middle managers. So we wanted to see how they are the same and different as well. So they both agree that BA tools to be used are needed in terms of resource allocation. Now, for the top managers, they see time as an important resource to augment the BA implementation in the organization. This time is to perform and discuss analytics. Okay, then the training of people for BA, okay, which the FGD also results to that, and then the conduct of BA training in the organization. So for the FGD, what's added would be the equipment to facilitate data collection. So for the top managers, they don't see the need for the equipment that much for data collection, but for those in the actual operations, they feel that the data collection adds to their work actually, and they want it to be more automated, or there be an equipment so that they don't have to do it on their own or manually. So the second theme would be on communication and collaboration. Now the 2 were joined as one theme because it's from the interview and the FGD, it's impossible to separate the 2. So open communicate for the top managers, open communication, both in terms of talking about success and challenges in BA is important, but for the FGD, for the employees and the middle managers, it's actually the challenges in BA that need to be discussed, not the success stories. So for the top managers, they feel that sharing the success stories would also inspire people, the employees, to continue working on improving their BA program. Then for the top managers, it's important that there's a appropriate channel to share, to exchange ideas about the BA implementation, and then to promote knowledge sharing culture for teamwork. Now, the middle managers and the employees agree that there should be teamwork and collaboration, but they also feel that there should be direct access to the analytics team. So the top managers did not mention that. They feel that the structure is okay, where the analytics team report to the top managers, and then the top managers talk to the middle managers and to the other employees. But for the middle managers and employees, they feel that if they have to clarify something, it's better if they can go directly to those who do the analytics of the company. And for the third, it's employee development. So training inside and outside the organization, everybody feels the same about that. For the top managers, it's also important that employees are able to experiment and innovate in the workplace. So according to them, they do encourage that people try out new way of doing things after reviewing the analytics of the operations. Whereas the middle managers and the other employees feel that the pursuit for excellence and support for continuous learning is also important. So what's the difference between the support for continuous learning and the pursuit of excellence and the training inside and outside the organization? So this one is for pursuing, let's say, graduate studies. So the top managers feel that it's not that important, let's say, for example, to do a master's degree so that you can perform the business analytics in the manufacturing company. But they say that training is actually more efficient in terms of it's quick and then the returns are quite immediate. But for those who are in the company, the middle managers and the employees, they feel that investing in their academics would also help, since they're going also to apply the learnings in the workplace. So again, we wanted to characterize leadership support, and we were able to identify the three themes: the support needed by employees in a manufacturing company, which are resource allocation, communication and collaboration, and employee development. So we to develop the questionnaire so that we can validate this finding. Oops, sorry. Can you help me with? Thank you. Okay, so we look at the correlation between resource allocation, communication and collaboration, employee development, as depicted in the FGD and semi-structured interviews with business analytics success, which, by the way, we operationalize to be business process improvement, cost reduction and savings, and improved performance and productivity, as revealed in the review of literature. So running the correlation analysis. Sorry, can you help me? Next slide, please. Okay, so we found out that resource allocation is moderately but significantly correlated with business analytics success. Communication and collaboration, there's a strong and significant linear relationship between the two. And employee development and business analytics success have very strong, positive, and significant linear relationship there. So next slide, please. We conclude that leadership support is vital for business analytics success in the organization. Analytics require resources in terms of tools to be used, equipment to facilitate data collection, time also to perform and discuss analysis, personnel to perform highly technical tasks, and people to be trained and or conduct training for the purpose. Now, a policy that promotes open communication regarding business analytics success and challenges, including direct access to the analytics team and the establishment of clear sharing channels, will foster a knowledge-sharing culture that emphasizes teamwork and collaboration within the organization. Now, the company's commitment to employee development in the form of support for continuous learning, training inside and outside the organization, experimentation and innovation on current practices, and the pursuit of excellence will equip the company with the human capital needed for business analytics success. So these are my references. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Manuel. And now I give you opportunity to question to Dr. Manuel? Any question? No question. Thank you, Dr. Manuel. And now we are going to give opportunity to Mr. Sofan Marsus from STAN, Jakarta, my best friend.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here with you today. I'm Sofan Marsus from Ministry of Finance or State College of Accounting, Jakarta. Before give my presentation, please let me tell a story for my participant here. Actually, my decision, the decision to join this conference make in last time, yesterday. I get my assignment from my director yesterday and also arrange the flight yesterday. So to my surprise, I'm minority here. All of you are from Philippines, not mention Bu Ani because she is one of the committee on Mr. Alexander. I'm sorry. Yeah, and he also as a keynote speaker, I think. Okay, but I try to find the one in common with me. I find Mr. Janus. He say wear traditional clothing. Yeah, right? Am I right? I'm wearing batik and Mr. Janus wearing barong, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is popular when when we hold APEC, APEC in Philippines and also in Bali for previous years. Okay, let me deliver my presentation. It is about the role and performance of government human resource development. This is me. And next. Next, I'm sorry. Okay. In this article, the role and performance of human resource in government organization in Indonesia is discussed. This organization generally have human resource management. In government, we have traditionally human resource development, and it developed into human resource. First, it's human resource management. It developed to human resource development, HRD. This article also discussed the trend of separating HRD function from HRM, both in the public and private sector. This is due to increasingly difficult challenges faced by human resource, especially in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. I conduct observation and interview with HRD institution from several government organizations and also one private HRD institution, specifically it's a banking office, as a comparison. This research is an initial exploration using qualitative method, and it is hoped that further research can focus more on exploring case studies in one more specific HRD agency. With this research, we can understand deeper about government HRD organization in general, including the function carried out, organizational structures, performance, and influences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Definition, HRM is defined by Werner. I'm sorry. Involve effectively selecting and utilizing employees to achieve organization goal and strategies, as well as meeting employee goals and needs. And HRD defined as understood as a process for developing and unleashing human expertise through training, development, and organization. To improve performance, it is defined by Swanton. HRD, according to Werner, encompasses a series of systematic and planned activities designed by an organization to provide members with opportunities to acquire the necessary skill to meet current and future demands. Difficulties in HRD, organization in the public sector, non-profit organization and profit-oriented organization face various difficulties, obstacles. And HRM strategic role, HRM department must concentrate on the long-term effect of HRM challenges if they want to play a strategic role. And also HRD, Wilson point out, the current corporate environment demands that HRD do not only support organizational or business plan, but also play an important role in the development of the organization and business. My research problem, how are HRD institutions in government in Indonesia organized? The second one, how do HRD institutions carry out their function? The third one, how has HRD institution performed so far? And the last one, what is the influence or role of COVID-19 outbreak? This is the description of the evaluation of the role of apparatus, government apparatus. The first one, undang-undang or Act number 8, years 1974. And the new one is the Act of number 5, 2014. Sorry. The background of this act about civil apparatus, the first one is preparation, it is factor driven. The second one is acceleration, it is efficiency driven. And the last one, continuation, it is efficiency driven. We hope that in 2025, we will apply the new government approach, which we call dynamic governance, to attain our goal, clean government, clean, competent, and service government. This is our roadmap to become clean government. It is describe our transformation in bureaucracy. We focus on the aspect, in 10 aspect of civil servant reform. Is the fourth aspect, career development, and also in how to make our civil servant discipline and more trust by the people. It is become the task of the human resource development. If we see other literature, we can find here there is an evolution in HRM topic. Yeah. This is the wheel of HRM, human resource management. The upper right spoke represents traditional human resource management function. We see here the task, traditional human resource discipline is a traditional task, compensation, information system, labor and employee relations, rewards, and recognition. And the lower right illustrate how other organizational discipline. It is not the task of human resource management, but other functional department like research and development, customer services, finance, legal, yeah, and others. And what is developed is in the right right part of the wheel. Human resource management also asks to improve organizational to manage organizational knowledge, managing the learning function, measuring and evaluating the organization, designing learning, and so on. So the task of the human resource management become wider, and human resource development become a spirit institution in government. Can you please help me here? Okay. Okay. This is the structure. We first analyze we first analyze the source of the web of the institution, human resource development in several ministry. We have 8 institutions, and one of them is a private institution, BRI Corporate University. It is one of a bank in Indonesia. Please next. By learning this source, we can find, for example, the structure. It is our Ministry of Finance Human Resource Development. We call it BPPK, Badan Pendidikan Pelatihan Keuangan, Education and Training Agency in Ministry of Finance. Next, please. Next, a little fast. Okay, the second one, HRD, Ministry of Home Affairs, a little bigger than Ministry of Finance. The third echelon one here, and their task. Next, not just these 3 sub-department, but also another 3. Next, please. Okay, this is the last 3 of their sub-department in Ministry of Home Affairs, Human Resource and Development. Please next. Okay, by learning this structure, we can find that there are 3 variants of HRD organizational structure. The first one, HRD function, is fairly large special function. And the second one, the HRD function, is separated from the HRM function, but not with as a large structure. And the third one, the HRD function, is under Human Resource or Human Capital Directorate. So it is smaller than the first 2. Next, please. Okay, the second method I use in this research is interview, but written interview. The first one, it is describe the respondent or the informant. Informant come from 5 institutions, as I mentioned before, and from with their position as described here. Next, please. Result from written interview. The HRD function has developed quite widely several functions that were previously the role of HRM, now shift to become the role of HRD. Kemudian then included in this 10 function is HRD function itself, which was originally an HRM function. This is the summary of what the informant answered to the interview, but we just do an written interview, so can be analyzed after the interview. Next, please. Okay. Maybe to the last one, the conclusion. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Based on the analysis of the organizational structure, there are 3 variants, as I mentioned before. There is evolution in organizational structure of HRD function. The second one, the role and the function of HRD currently tend to get bigger. And in 2021 and 2022, there is a tendency to reduce the budget at the Ministry of Finance, Education and Training Center for the HRD unit, but BRI, private institution, and other ministry, the budget actually increased in 2021 and 2022. However, for the Ministry of Manpower, even though it has increased, the absolute value of the budget is quite small compared to the HRD units of other ministries. So we can see here how government put priority about how we manage our human resource development. The last one, maybe? Okay. Regarding the performance of HRD institution, on average, with only no more than 50 academic institutions, each HRD institution can provide training with a quite large number of classes. Then HRD institution informant indicated that their HRD institution had made effort to implement strategic human resource development. And also the COVID-19 pandemic gave blessing in disguise. The implementation of training has experienced several breakthroughs and is more efficient. More learning, online learning to do, and more variants in online learning. Maybe that's all that can I present to you. I hope you enjoy your stay in Seminyak, Bali. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sofan. And any question for Pak Sofan? No question. Thank you, Pak Sofan.
Thank you, Mr. Sofan. So we are now ready to listen to the virtual presentation of 2 more participants for today. They will be the last. So, is Dr. Bani Abantao ready? Yes po. Last 2 na po, konting tiis.
Checking with everybody if I can be heard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know, sir, if I could share my screen. Can I share my screen now, sir? Confirming with the organizer.
There she is.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would presume that you can now see my screen.
Yes.
All right. So good afternoon to everybody. Checking with everybody. You can see my screen right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also audible, sir?
Yes, very much.
So good afternoon to everybody. So for this afternoon's presentation, I'm actually presenting all the way from Bacolod City. For everybody's knowledge, I will be presenting to the group Hallyu's impact on Filipino millennials' travel motivation to South Korea. This paper was penned by myself and another student, Alexandra Lea Gracia Almirez, all the way, of course, from the Philippines. So just to provide everybody a context, so currently I am working with the Conservation College, Bacolod, similar with Mr. Iturriaga and Dr. Menes. Just a brief abstract about the particular study that I have. So Filipino millennials are the biggest change makers in tourism because they travel for leisure more than any other generation. Their travel motivations are complex, influenced by many factors, including exposure to other countries and cultures. One example is Hallyu, which I will be discussing later on, or the Korean wave, a global phenomenon in which Korean culture is spreading overseas and gaining international recognition. This paper explores the relationship between Hallyu and the travel motivations of Filipino millennials who visit South Korea. Specifically, it examines 5 factors of Hallyu, which includes K-dramas, K-pop, K-beauty, K-fashion, and Korean culture and traditions. A convenient sample of 102 Filipino millennials were surveyed about their Hallyu engagement and its influence on their travel motivation to South Korea. So just a short premise to everyone. I'm quite sure that some of you can recognize some of the characters that are here. We have as the director of Parasite and a character from the Squid Games. So Hallyu is a Chinese term which, when translated, literally means the Korean wave. It is a collective term used to refer to the phenomenal growth of Korean culture and popular culture, encompassing everything from music, movies, drama, to online games, and Korean cuisine, just to name a few. So to move forward, based on our study, the results would include that the majority of the respondents are between 25 to 26 years old, which compose of 48.1%. Majority of them are female and with an average monthly income between 15 to 30,000 pesos, and most of them are particularly single. So furthermore, in terms of exposure to the Hallyu culture or the Hallyu wave, a lot of them were actually exposed through K-shows, including K-dramas, K-variety shows, and K-movies, followed by K-pop. And the least factor is K-fashion. So just a small tidbit, actually in Korea, they don't really have a diversity of sizes. So I would presume that a lot of Filipinos do not really, they purchase, but not as much because of the lack of available sizes, especially for the Filipino physique. In social media application, 99 of the respondents uses particularly Facebook, followed by YouTube by 71.6%. All Hallyu factors that were presented in the study were able to obtain an overall weighted mean that corresponds to a verbal interpretation of agree. So it includes K-shows, K-pop, K-beauty, K-fashion, and K-culture, and tradition have an overall weighted mean approximately of 2.97, 2.93, 2.67, 3.01, and 3.47 respectively. The most influential Hallyu factor among the 5 is K-culture and traditions, ranking the first among the overall weighted mean of each factors. Regarding the effects of Hallyu in terms of the general preferences of the respondents, 40 of the respondents strongly agree that Hallyu greatly affects their travel preferences, and 4 of them strongly disagree. Among the 102 Filipino millennials, 40% agreed that Hallyu greatly affects their travel preference. To conclude the results of the study, majority of the Filipino millennials stated that they first got exposed to Hallyu through K-dramas or Korean dramas, followed by K-pop. They use multiple social media applications such as Facebook and YouTube, and these platforms are used by the majority of Filipinos as well. In terms of engaging in consuming Hallyu, They prefer streaming platforms such as View, Netflix, and Viki because it provides them quality Hallyu content with a few clicks in the comfort of their homes. All Hallyu factors were able to obtain a verbal interpretation of agree because of the massive popularity of Hallyu or the K-culture in the Philippines. It is also since it's easy to engage in Hallyu because of its availability in the country. Since there are Hallyu providers that meets the demands of Filipinos who patronize these Korean cultural products, the Korean wave has become a mainstay in the Philippine society without any signs of stopping or even slowing down. Almost half of the respondents strongly agree that Hallyu influences their travel preferences. Having a preference toward any aspect of Hallyu encourages people to go out and experience it firsthand. Having this interest in mind creates travel motivation that eventually leads to tourist behavior. This only means that 40% of the total respondents will do their best to visit South Korea because of their various travel motivations from various Hallyu factors. Finally, Korean culture and traditions rank first in considering the overall weighted mean of each factor because millennials are a different kind of tourist segment who wants to experience the culture in person after seeing it in K-dramas, hearing about it through K-pop, and their exposure to K-fashion. So thank you very much to everybody. I'm now welcoming questions and other inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bani Abantao. Do we have questions from the floor? Do we have question? So there's no question, Dr. Bani. So most probably your presentation was very clear for everybody. Thank you for the brief presentation. We will now go to the last presenter. No more na? Tomorrow na? Okay, we will have it tomorrow in the virtual session. So so the second session, the second technical session is finished this afternoon. I will give the floor to the moderator.
Okay, thank you for your supervise the two session of our technical session. And then finally, we will announce the best paper and the best presenter for two sessions today. It's legitimate, yeah? It's legitimate. Yes. Okay. Should I announce Dr. Wilson? I announce it or Dr. Annie will announce the best paper? Okay. We are waiting Dr. Annie first. Maybe you can guess who will get the best paper and the best presenter. But not that mean the other it's bad. Yeah. But not enough good maybe. Not good enough, yeah. Not good enough for Dr. Wilson and Dr. Annie. Yeah, average. Yeah, okay. Bu Ani, should you announce or me? Okay. For best paper, the title, not yet. Wait. Okay. No, okay. Okay. Need discussion again. In Indonesia, it's called dagdagan.
We are giving two best paper pala. So I will be getting
Two best paper. Finally, we got three. Presenter will be announced to be a winner. Yeah. First best paper goes to paper entitled Arbitration Regulatory Issue on Integrity and Labor by Dr. Hilario. Doctor by?
Take it. The first best paper is given to the paper entitled Arbitration Regulatory Issue on Integrity in Labor Management Conflict Resolution in the Philippines, half on and half off, by attorney Dr. Hilario S. Caraan. The second best paper Uy, pa-picture. Pa-picture, please. The second paper goes to the paper entitled Measuring the Intention of Non-Business Undergraduate Students to Enroll in Taxation Courses. Mr. Janus Aris Simbilio. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Janus. Okay. The best presenter for today's session, entitled Prevalence of Data Sharing Practices Among Physicians in the Philippines, Impact on Hospital Management. Dr. Eleanor B. Almoro. Hindi sayang yung tayo mo.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ani. Thank you. Now we deliver other certificate for co-host. Dr. Carmen, please. Dr. Ani and Dr. Wilson, awarded to be Outstanding Researcher Award 2023. Silakan. Yeah. Dr. Carmen be a co-host in this seminar. Also Dr. Ani from Universitas Mahasaraswati. Dr. Ani, yeah. Dr. Ani. And the last for Dr. Wilson Cordova to be a Outstanding Researcher Award 2023. Come on, dog. Why you didn't happy? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the day one of our conference, and maybe we will meet tomorrow by online seminar. Maybe Dr. Anit, should you share the link for tomorrow? Oh yeah, already already in participant email. Yeah, you can join everywhere. Maybe Prof. Alexander will go out and you can join by your phone or your laptop. Yeah. Dr. Anne, you yeah. You want to give a speech, no? For the last session today? Okay. The certificate for participant you have collect and you will deliver personally? Okay. Fotosesi. One by one or? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, you can photo with your certificate in front, yeah? I invite Algrin J. Oblea. Tiga. Next, Mr. Ya. Pon Eric Lilo Dumagtoy. Certificate of Appreciation Font. Ya, okay. Yes. Next, Miss Cecilia R. Nicholas. Mr. Janus Aris. You get 2, ya? 3. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Dr. Wilson Cordova. Dr. Ruth Angeli. Mr. Sofan Marsus. Okay. Miss Rosalinda. Dr. Hilario. Sudah semua ini. Oh, ambil. Dr. Eleanor B. Almoro. You get 2. Miss Camila Cassandra Arellano. Dr. Carmen. Dr. Carmen. No, no. Dr. Carmen. Oh ya. Carmen, Dr. Carmen. Dain. Ya. Mr. Christian Angelo. Oh iya, kok nggak ada? Udah ambil. Mana? Alexander, Profesor Alexander.
Ini yang belum Ibu.
Mr. Von Eric. Von Eric. What's that? No. Result, saya. Miss Andrea. Profesor Alexander. Miss Gladilin. Miss Rosalinda. Rosalinda. Already? Already, okay. Dr. Eleanor. Anyone didn't get certificate yet? Any participant didn't get? Dr. Oh, belum ya, Manuel. Dr. Manuel. Dr. Manuel Ani. Ya. Miss Associate Professor Jessica Renises, Jessica. Sir Minda Posadas. Minda Posadas. Suster Minda Posadas. Suster.
Suster Minda.
Ya, ya. She already.
Udah habis kan? Oke.
Enggak. Dr. Anit, we can close the seminar today, or you will give a speech? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, before we finish our first day seminar, I invite you again to take one photo together. Yeah, please. Yeah. Because if with the light, it's not good. Yeah, matikan. Tapi kan enggak kelihatan. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we get one picture before we finish this first day. Okay. Okay. People on the online, please open your camera, because we will take picture together with the participant offline. Thank you. Open your camera, please. Di sana ya. Oh ya, okay, di sana, okay. Because we will take picture with the online participant, yeah. Yeah, okay. Enggak. Oke. Di mana foto? Oh, sini. Coba. We try first. Ya, di sini. Bagi dua aja ya. Ya, pinggir sini. Ya. Okay. Yeah, let's come to the monitor, because the online participant will take picture also with us. Ya udah. Maybe you can take side by side. Side this, yeah. Side by side, yeah. Left side and then. But if you can capture all, it doesn't matter. Okay, thank you. Already? Okay, thank you for your contribution today. Tomorrow we will meet by online, okay? Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sama-sama. Do you understand? Sama-sama. Mabuhay.
My third or fourth time here.
Oh yeah.
In Bali. Thank you.
We met the first time. Thank you, sister. Ya, terima kasih. Suksema bahasa Bali. Oke.
Ano mo daw, Mayora, yung kanyang